Good evening. How you doing? How's it going? How's it going? Hey Lindsay, how you doing? Hey Nadine, welcome back. How's everyone doing? Hey Swifty. Swifty in the house. See, now I understand all the Swiftiness. I'm understanding all the Swiftiness now after the last stream. Now it makes sense what the whole Swifty thing is. I'm like, let's have some music. Hey Becca Boo, hey you, how you doing? I have coffee. How's everybody doing? How's everyone's weekends going? We're going to be doing some more Zimba. And as usual, it's going to be pretty chilled. I need to just kind of get on. I need to get on with this flamingo habitat. I've done a little bit of fiddling. I can't really remember where we left it in the last stream. I think I've done a little bit of fiddling in a couple of bits in the borders and stuff, but nothing much since the last one. So I'm going to switch over and do. Some of this flamingo habitat. See if we can just move this along because it's been sitting here not moving for ages. I'm doing well, yeah. How are you doing? Have we got any music? I think the music is there. One day I'll get this right. Yeah, I think it's there. It's just very quiet. Very quiet. Right, so if you remember this from before, basically the flamingos come from up here. So they've got this like 2-tier thing. So we've got this whole... This has all got to be blocked off. I haven't massively worked out yet kind of where the guests are actually going to view from. Like I guess we could have... This could be a viewing area up here. But if I did a viewing area up here... then the guests are always going to be visible to the other guests down there. Doing pretty good. Tried working in my zoo a bit yesterday because I haven't in a while. It was nice. Cool. Did you get on with it all right? It goes a bit like that, doesn't it? Sometimes this game, you have to kind of have a little bit of a break. You have to have a little bit of a break and come back to it. I guess we could kind of just have like this as a little bit where they're viewing. The trouble is I don't think I can do anything. I don't think I can do much with the path now. Like this habitat gate can go. But I'm pretty sure if I try and do anything too jazzy here with the path, that it's all going to go. Because they've got all these like weird... See, that's all like... Everything there is like one joined up path section. Take it away. Please, no. But I guess I could do just like a little... Like, why does that not want to link? Oh, there we go. I guess I could just do like a little nubbin. Yeah, maybe we're nubbing it up. That'll do. So then the guests can see them coming down there, and they can see them kind of doing their thing over there. And maybe I could have one up there then as well. So this is going to be a lot of placing down rocks, as is the PZ way, I guess. So let's just get a gosh darn wriggle on. Start placing those rocks down. Yeah, they've been busy outside of playing PZ and lost a bit of interest, but I'm starting to get back into it, which is nice. Yeah, I mean that's why I think I've always kind of been like that with the game. I have to be. That's why having like several projects on the go works quite well for me, because yeah, when I get kind of stuck on one, because sometimes you just get like a bit of a creative block, or you just kind of lose interest on one a little bit. Yeah, having something that you can switch to. So having like 2 or 3 different zoos that I can work in at the same time is pretty cool. And then I've been doing the I've been doing the one-off habitat since I started playing the game, just because I was like, those are usually my things that are like an idea that doesn't quite fit into anything that I'm currently doing, pops into my head, and then I want to do it, but it doesn't quite fit into anything. So So this is supposed to be all a little bit like a rock pool, basically. This is all going to be like a rock pool, and then it's going to end up being a bit more. Yeah, that's supposed to be like a lagoony bit up there. Honestly, I love watching other people do rock work. It's fun to see other people's process. I think it's the same as most things in this game. It's just like, if you just kind of trust that the more you build it up and the more you carry on working with it, the better it gets. I tend to choose 2 or 3 different ones that I do the same. I use over and over again, which is, as long as you're kind of rotating it and oh, hello, sticking it in the ground a bit more, then it's all right. We might discolor these as well. We probably will change the color of these ones that are under the water. In fact, actually, it works pretty well with that. Maybe I need to change the color of some of this water as well, because that water at the top is really blue and down here it's not. But yeah, I guess my process for rock work is largely just try and make it look semi-realistic and try not to have too many things that look like repetitive patterns, because it's then that stuff looks fake. But it doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter too much. Like, you don't necessarily mind too much if it looks a bit thick. What is the next deal you'd like to have in Planet Zoo? I think it's going to be North America, honestly. I think it's going to be North America. I can't see it not being. What's everyone's feeling on the Jurassic World Evolution stuff? Jurassic World Evolution. A lot of the community seems to be super. The people that play PZ seem to be super hyped about Jurassic World Evolution 2, which is fair enough if you are. I don't massively think it's for me though. Kind of just from what I was watching the stream yesterday, Frontier stream yesterday, and it just looks a bit. It looks a bit samey. It just looks a bit samey. It's like there's not really a lot of creativity. It's basically just a big management game, which I know is like lots of people really enjoy, but yeah, it just looks like busy work simulator to me. It's like, unless I'm getting to like build stuff creatively, it doesn't kind of do it for me. You really want to start a new zoo? Danger. Imagine how many. I mean, I've got. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with the zoos I've got. I think I'm now sticking with the zoos I've got. I know when I started, there's definitely that original. So I've got an old franchise zoo that I then moved into Sandbox, which we've played a few times on stream. The big problem about having old zoos is that you just end up getting better at the building and stuff, right? And then so you end up with loads of stuff that you're like, oh, it doesn't. Do I carry on playing this one? I mean, all credit to the guys that have played and finished the zoo, but yeah, they're a rare breed, I think, in the Planet Zoo community. I think more people have got zoos that they've started and not finished because they've just ended up changing to another thing. I'm interested in JW2, but I'm not a paleo nerd. So I'm not super interested. You're not like interested to the point of obsession. Yeah. I think, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely going to be playing Prehistoric Kingdom when that comes out, because that, I think, ticks a lot of the boxes that I would be looking for from a JW, a Jurassic World, like a dinosaur zoo overlap sort of thing. I think that ticks the boxes more for me. Yeah, that's looking alright. Played the first JW, but I won't be buying the second one. No interest. Yes, sort of same, Lindsay. I actually, it sounds pretty awful, but I refunded the first one because I was like, Just a bit dull. Just a bit boring. They ain't like, they basically like, I mean, it's cool as part of the, yeah, it's cool as part of the Jurassic Park franchise sort of thing. Where are we going to end this? Where should we actually end this habitat? I mean, I guess it could kind of end just here. Right, so what I could do and was thinking I could do is I could bring up some of this water level. So just put some like mud texture in there and make some of these more shallow, or do I keep them deep? Because the thing is, the flamingos are waders, right? So they don't really want great big deep trenches like that. Same here, I feel like North America would be cool for an autumn DLC too. Yeah, so when did we get, like, what? I was trying to remember what was last year's DLCs and when we got them. Because obviously we're in that, oh, that's too repetitive. We're in that window, aren't we? We're in the 3-month window. I'd be surprised. What I'm worried about, what I have concerns about, let's say, is that that PZ's version of Avery's is basically going to be like what they have in Jurassic World, which is, and to be fair, they've got in Thingy Doodler as well, a Prehistoric Kingdom, where it's just like a fixed animation and there's no customization to those habitats, to the and what the Aviaries have. There's no real there's no like custom build your own aviary. Technically have 2, but I haven't been in Elias Zoo for ages. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy to stay on one zoo, that's for sure. Right, so what am I going to do in terms of like fences and stuff? The other thing I've got to sort out is this weird little like trench and stuff here, which I guess I could just kind of bring some of this shrubbery down. So I was doing a bit of research the other day and I was like, so flamingos don't need a net over the top or anything, do they? They don't tend to fly. I think most flamingos are like either like clipped or something, so they don't fly. So we got to work out what we're doing with that. With that fence line there. I think last year's pack was Southeast Asia Animal Pack. Is that right? God, that doesn't seem right. Wasn't that this? Is that not this year? I'm so confused. This is such a like a confusing, confusing couple of years. Yeah, I think that would be grand. Oh, I thought it was like a big, massive pile of elephant turd there. That's all a bit crap. That needs something doing with it, but later. So what shall we do in terms of a fence? So I would like that to be blocked so they can't see. Maybe let's just create a new wee fence set. Yeah, I was going to say I thought Southeast Asia was this year. I mean, you had me wondering. My memory's terrible, so. If you'd stuck with it, I would have ended up believing you. I would have ended up being like, "Oh God, really? That was this year? Was it aquatic? Was it the aquatic pack in the winter? Yeah. There we go. Right, December 2020. And so, was there one? What was the one previous to that? 3 months before that? Was that Australia? What have we actually got now? Hold on, let's have a look. Content pack. So Arctic was first, wasn't it? South America, I think, was next. Was it Australia we got in summer 2020? So that would be, yeah, would be around about now. I feel like that was what we got. Maybe we got Australia in the summer. But yeah, it seems pretty likely. I mean, it doesn't. You don't have to look very far into the game files to find stuff that makes it look like it's North America next. So let's go. What do we want? What do we want? I think we just want something that's just like a normal. So like Zimba's supposed to be pretty shabby and pretty simple and basic. That's going to be all the fence that I use for the backstage stuff. Yeah, right, Lindsay. I know. Isn't that like everything is just merging into one for me in my brain? So I guess we could reuse that. Have I got anything? Yeah, I don't have anything that's kind of guest facing. Oh, I did this little thing. Don't know why. Might not even keep it. I'm playing around with the signs. So I did a little entrance and tickets and a little sign through here. I don't think I've done anything else in here yet. I think this is all pretty much as I ended the last stream. Oh, interesting. Is that because that was showing in here? Yes. Okay, let's fix that before I forget. Because I definitely will forget. Yeah, I mean, even the Australia DLC doesn't. Was that last? That doesn't even seem like that was last year. It's so weird, isn't it, to think that like 2 years, best part of 2 years of all this crazy. I'm convinced myself we're out of 2020 and it's going to be... I know, right? I know, isn't that mad? Oh, this isn't going to work. Alright, we might have to figure something else out there. Tell you what I'll do is I'll make it really obvious. So I'll just do that so it's really obvious that there's something to fix there. I'll come back to it later. Yeah, I don't think I've done anything else in here yet. Off stream. I guess I could just do like a really simple, like a post. Why is the repaintable ones of those not called posts? What are they called then? Well, we could use these. Maybe we'll find a nice way of using these for something. Let's try that. So let's go with that puppy. So that's the thin, that's the thick. $2 meters is plenty. Is that a bit chunky? I don't know, it feels like that's a bit chunky. This might not be the best solution for a fence because the posts are wobbly. Crooked, wonky fence. You know what I'd love to say? Oh, can you do? Maybe you can do something with like the thatch. That's probably going to be a no-no, but we'll have a look. Is there any thatch pieces that are off-grid? There's that one. I know that's the South America thatch. But can we do something with that? Maybe something is doable. That's not recolorable. And then there's these as well. Do you know what I'd love to see? Is some like, you know, like you get like the kind of raffia. I don't know if raffia is the right word. rattan, is it? Maybe? Is that food? Is that a gratin? That's gratin. Hey, Wes! How's it going? Yeah, I saw your post in the Discord. So it's a done deal, is it? You're definitely getting the sheep. You're definitely buying Stephen the sheep. Oh, that's got those on the back. Which I guess we could kind of hide. See, would that be a bit much if we just used... Like, it needs more. It will need more to it, but... If we just use, like, a load of that... Oh, gold. What have I got in this group, then? Yeah, exciting times, Wes. If you get in the if the sheeples are arriving, I don't know. That might end up being a bit rubbish. It's good. And no, it's mittens. maybe Steve can. All right, I'll make you a deal. Can Stephen be the middle name? Sheep can have middle names, right? Stephen has to be the middle name. We could just make something a bit less themey. I think maybe that's going to be a bit naff if I go with that. Yeah, sheeps. I think sheeps can have middle names. What's the plural of sheep? Sheeps. I never understood that at school. Why is it not sheepsmith? Surely it's sheeps. Yeah, I think that's just going to be a bit much. Let me just go with something like really simple. Oh. Because I need to get a peep over here as well, just to get the size right. Because I think that's going to be huge. You. Why you not pick up a ball? There we go. Yeah, so we don't want to be able to see over the top, but that's fine. So that'll do. We'll do something with that. We'll jazz that up. Mittens Stephen Nunn. What's the Nunn? Is Nunn your surname? It can't be. Nunn can't be your surname. I mean, don't tell us your surname because you're on the tinterwebs. But is that actually your surname? If that is your surname, I mean, you haven't capitalised it, I guess. Maybe. Well, I don't know. I guess a pet shouldn't have your surname anyway, right? You're not suggesting that you came from the same parents. That would just be strange. What am I talking about? Why have we ended up starting this conversation? How we've ended up on this random conversation? But yeah, no. So it should have maybe the sheep is like aristocratic. Maybe you give it a like St. John Smythe or something. You adopted it. Exactly, yes, exactly. My pets have my surname. Well, but when you think about it, should they? That's what I mean. Should they? I mean, I guess people say people do say that, don't they? They're like my children. Yeah, my children. They get letters from the vet addressed to them. No way. Do they actually? Hey Zoof, how you doing, bud? Do they actually, Lindsay? That's pretty cool. Do they open it themselves? do you bring it to them? Say, right, you must open this. Yeah, I think we'll just do something really simple like that. Doesn't need to be too jazzy. Maybe something on the bottom though. They're good, but they're not that good. Yeah, I guess that's the most common thing, is that most people would say that they have the same surname. But it just, I don't know, just popped into my head there for a minute. It seems kind of strange. Imagine having a little kid. Imagine having a little kid that asks you that. You've got, well, Mummy, why have I got the same surname as the dog? Explain this to me. Did you and Daddy have the dog as well? How does this happen? I don't understand. Maybe such things never maybe such things never come up. I don't know what this colour is. What is this? Southern White Rhino will be in this zoo, yeah. I haven't actually played with the Southern White Rhino yet, but it's in my little plan. It's in my wee plan, which I've actually got for this one. I think there is only you who's minded. That's why I'm kind of trying to move on for the. I'm trying to move on from the subject, because clearly I'm the weirdo. I'm the only weirdo that would think of that. Sorry, my brain's a bit weird. I can't help it. It was the one I was born with. Right, that's pretty unexciting, to be fair. That'll do. Yeah, why are those sheep in PZ? Well, I mean, I suppose it's possible that one day we get like a petting zoo thing. We've talked about that before. That's possible. But yeah, at this point there is no. There are no sheeps. So is it going to be a white sheep, Wes? Assuming it's going to be a white sheep. I guess that's the most common variety. And I'm guessing, are you just getting the one? Why has that got held by the bot? Weird. Can't wait to see your amazing build for him. Yeah, it'll be a little. I'm trying to look at me plan. Hold on, I'm just grabbing my plan. So, let's have a look. So the rhino is actually going to be the rhinos are going to be behind the elephant. So the rhinos are going to be somewhere over here, I think. We've got so much to do, but we've got to find a way of getting. So this is the path. Is this the one with the path, or is it that one? That's the one with the path around it. So the rhinos are going to be somewhere over here, I think. Hey Crocs, how you doing, bud? I started that building, didn't I? So this is going to be the service entrance, and then there's going to be a route here, and I think there needs to be a route round this somehow as well. It's all a bit bitty though at the moment, definitely. It's all a bit bitty. Right, so let's just put those to one side a second. Doing just fine. How about yourself? Yeah, not bad, bud. Not bad. Lots going on at the moment. Lots going on IRL at the moment for me, which is why there's a stream today and not a video. And I don't think there's going to be a video next week as well, because I'm... for those of you not in my Discord, I've just become an uncle. My brother's just had a little boy, which is my first nephew amongst me and my brothers, which is pretty epic. So, and I haven't seen my brothers I haven't seen my older brother for a long time, since before the whole lockdown shenaniganery. So I'm going to be spending next week up there. My brother lives about a couple of hours away, so I'm going to be spending some time up there. Yeah, I think that works quite well. It's simple, and once I've got some stuff in front of it, some like foliage and things. So actually, we should leave a bit of gap so we can. One thing, so we can put plants down, but also because Wazzick guests don't actually follow the path. I've been raging. I was raging about that. Right, so that would be the viewing section. So we'll have to jazz that up, and we'll probably put a shader and stuff there. What is the animal you would most have that's having in Planet Zoo future? I would really like to see some like more small stuff, Swifty. Like lots of like things. I feel like the opportunities quite often get like overlooked for the smaller animals sometimes. I would love to see. I'd love to see some like top ups to things like the Australia pack, like the things like the Tasmanian devil and the platypus and the quokka, and there's all sorts of super cool stuff that I'd love to see get added. That just kind of, I feel like I feel like the smaller animals tends to encourage, I don't know, slightly different styles of builds, a bit more creative looking builds. I think that's why the Africa pack has been so popular, because we got the fennec foxes and the meerkats, and both of those are smaller animals, and we don't have a lot of the smaller animals in the game. I'd love to see a lot. Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of, I'd love to see a lot of birds and stuff. What am I doing with this? Why am I randomly changing it to that far off? I just want to break up that pattern so it doesn't feel quite so patterned. A little thing I've been doing recently as well on fences and stuff is trying to think of ways to do like little bits of damage and things, just little bits of wear. So like just doing something, not this, but just doing something where there's like a, like a wonky board or something that just kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. So I'll probably do that once I've got it all placed down. But there's loads of thank you very much, Crocs. Loads of things like like the secretary birds and all that sort of stuff. I'd love to see a lot more diversity. Things that have got a bit more kind of character, I think. What are we doing here? So I think that's going to be a building. I think that's going to be a building sticking through. So the back of the building's going to come out there. I guess I could just kind of end that. But what about you? What would you be looking for? There's so many things that would be amazing to see. Yeah, exactly. Like make a rusty fence. So I probably will do that. Is put a bit of this fence in that's like, a couple of little sections that have been replaced with corrugated iron or something, just to make it a bit more interesting. It's also quite good to have, you see how I'm sort of switching between the like full length panels and the shorter panels as well, just to get a bit of variety into it, really. And then obviously once I'm kind of covering it up with foliage and things anyway, so it won't matter too much. What's your thoughts on modding? I've got mixed thoughts. I think it's quite good for the community because it definitely encourages new things. Personally, I've never really been that much into the mods, largely because I think it's just a bit of it's not particularly a faff to get them into the game, but anything that you do that involve mods usually has a bit of a potential technical downfall, potential technical side effects where your game just doesn't run as well or something. I'm gonna have to work out what I'm doing here. What am I going to do there? Because that's all obviously open to them just to jump down. Heels. I guess we could just bring the path over and have something that just blocks it out there. I quite like the idea of the guests being able to see them like up at high level. Obviously once the guest is walking along here they're not seeing anything, which I don't mind, but maybe they get to a point where they're getting a bit of a reveal. I guess we could even actually go up with some stairs or something here, so it runs along then at a different level. Yeah, I don't have anything against them in particular. I have to say I don't usually... I think the modders have done an amazing job of keeping the game ticking along and stuff. I don't generally look at the mods and think they look as good as the as the actual Frontier ones, but I know that's not really anything that's... I think the modders do the best they can because I think I'm right, but they have to hook it onto like existing rigs. So they have to like reuse the animations of something. So I think, for example, when you look at... That's why when you look at the dolphins and things, that the dolphins are based on like the crocodiles or the caimans or something. And so they jump out of the water and they go and chill on the land. Yeah, and they walk about, which is just... is a bit derpy. I think sometimes the what am I looking for? Sometimes I think the modding stuff looks a bit like it's all done. Yeah, they're the sort of things that work really well in screenshots, but when you're actually playing the game, I think that sort of stuff would really annoy me. If I see one of my animals just get up and walk out of the water, it's supposed to be a dolphin or something. But they're doing the best they can, and there are actually some amazing ones. I've seen some pretty amazing stuff. I watch Drew's community showcase every week because it's good to see what everyone's doing, and it's good to see the community. And Drew's a good dude. So, do I want to do that? Does that kind of suck? I think maybe that kind of sucks. It's just a bit manky looking. Is it just me, or is it just impossible to wait for the next DLC? I'm generally a pretty patient dude, to be fair. I'm generally a pretty patient dude, and I always find that I probably should have put like a cap on the top of that, but never mind. I generally feel like when we get a DLC, for me it's a bit of a bonus. Like I'm enjoying the game anyway. I'm always enjoying the game. And the thing is, there are so many animals in the animal list that I've literally never even looked at. That we have so many that in the trade on the market that I've never looked at. And so yeah, I'm kind of always just kind of looking forward to looking at the next. You know, I just pick one out and play with that for a bit and build a habitat. I'm actually kind of well, I haven't really done it, but I've started working my way. So I've done an aardvark habitat, I've done an African buffalo habitat, I've done an African elephant habitat. Next one that's a standalone one will probably be a penguin, because I don't think we're going to have penguins in this zoo. I've done Aldabra, American bison will be in Tigwadu. Arctic wolf would probably be a one-off as well. So I've started basically working my way down the list. I'm a long way off getting there, but I think the thing, definitely the thing that I like about the DLCs is that it brings an energy to the community and stuff that we lack otherwise. I'll tell you what we could do actually that might look quite nice. So I need to a lot of these things I'm sort of deciding, because we're right at the beginning of the zoo. I'm spending a little bit more time deciding on some of these things because they're going to be the palette for the rest of the zoo. So, you know, deciding on what my kind of like guest facing fence is going to look like. That's mainly going to be what the fence looks like everywhere. Imagine a fish just get up and walk out of the water. Exactly. It does. Yeah. And so actually, what you get is a lot of the animations just don't feel right, because the thing about how a crocodile moves through the water, it's got a different sort of motion to how a whale does, for example. It's got like a wiggle to it, isn't it? That's different. I guess we could do something. We could do something as kind of simple as that. Which do you prefer, Prehistoric Kingdom or Jurassic World Evolution 2? Yeah, definitely Prehistoric Kingdom. Definitely Prehistoric Kingdom. JWT looks like it's going to be an amazing like visual thing, but my feeling with the Jurassic World games is that they're more like they're a bit too management-y for me, I would say. I get kind of bored when those games are just like, you know, click this thing, do this thing. It's the like, you know, sandboxiness of a game that appeals to me, and there's nothing sandboxy about Jurassic World. That's not to say it's not good, but it's limited. It's much more limited than PK will be, because you know, if you don't, I mean, there's a guy I watched that he's, you know, very very underrated YouTuber, but this guy called Hista, Hiysta. He's done a bunch of PK builds. Get me saying PK? Yeah, PK actually. Yeah. And he did one a little while ago. It's just like he decided just to build like a modern building. It's just done like an apartment or something. And it's just. Yeah, it's just like that's the sort of thing you can do with that's a sandbox. That's what makes it sandboxy, because you choose how you want to play the game. I guess that's a bit of me always. I was like, I don't want to. I think that's a bit of me, my non-conformist nature, is that's like if I can just play a game however I want to play it, and maybe one day I want to just do the management-y bits, but usually that gets pretty boring for me pretty quickly. Whereas, you know, Prehistoric Kingdom just has a hell of a lot of stuff going for it that just looks like it's going to be really interesting. Just really clever. I put a tweet out earlier that was showing, I don't know, you've probably all seen this if you're interested in Prehistoric Kingdom at all, because a bunch of people have retweeted all the same stuff from the devs. But they put out a little patch note thing talking about what's coming in the beta release, which is going to be in December, which is ages away, but will be worth it when it happens. And they've just got loads of stuff that's just like they've got like clutter. It very much feels like the guys that are making Prehistoric Kingdom are either listening to what's going on has been like basically either scouring the Planet Zoo forums and stuff and looking at all the gripes, because it seems like a lot of the things they're doing are like so directly in contrast to the things that you can't do in Planet Zoo, which is pretty epic, because that always just like, yeah, that means we're getting clutter objects. It's this thing that there's just so this update they showed had the snakes on the plane was brilliant. What was that? I missed that. Hey Z Sullivan, how you doing? Hey Squantoon. I thought the same thing. I think they are all in the Zoo Creators Discourse listed. Yeah, I totally think so as well. So I was like, I was looking at this thing. It was like they put buckets in. They just put a load of clutter objects in, right? What am I going to do with this? I think we might just do something a bit like we did with the Babirusa habitat. In fact, I could actually maybe I should use the Babirusa habitat cover. Let's see if we're lucky enough that that's the same size. But yeah, they put all these clutter objects in, and and like, what's a really good indication is that they put in like a load of clutter objects, and they put and included in those objects were buckets, but they didn't just put one bucket in. They put in like 3 buckets. I was like, yes, this I could get on board with. Because if you use the same bucket over and over and over again, that just gets a bit annoying, and it gets a bit boring. Yeah, that's probably going to be too big, but let's see. Oh, if it fits, it actually fits pretty well. We can adapt it. Gorgeous. Yeah, that'll work. That will work. The way the shops... Oh, yes. That's very true. Yeah. I saw that as well. So the shops are going to be... Correct me if I'm saying this wrong, because I didn't actually properly read that bit. But they're like kiosks, right? So they're not actually like you don't have to use the prefab building. You can use just the actual like shop bit of it. And so when you want to put that into your own custom building, like I've got a perfect example of that right here. Like I don't really want this whole building thing. I just want the desk and the lady, and like to be able to put that into like my own area and have that. Oh, well, maybe this is new, because having to build your way round the 4 meter tall building prefab thing is such a pain. It's such a pain. And again, that's something that Prehistoric Kingdom has just, it's basically just nailed. I did a video pre the alpha, which was like 10 things you should know about Prehistoric Kingdom, and it was before we got any alpha gameplay, and was just basically talking about all the things that they were doing that were really clever, and they seem to be continuing to do that. They seem to be continuing to head in that direction, where a lot of the decisions they're making seem to just be really simple, like clever things. I think they said the only thing that is it has to be, there is the counter. You can hide the back panel as well, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, and the first step of them doing that was the the Avery boxes, right? Because this is the thing that's super clever, is that like, so these things are kind of handy, and actually what goes inside is pretty cool, but you have to have this massive great big box. And what happens if you want to put two of them next to each other? Well, you end up like, if you want to make just like say you want to make a terrapin tank that's like a 4x4, you can't do it without a mod. You can't do it. But Prehistoric Kingdom lets you just switch off the box. I just think that's such a, it's such an elegant solution to a problem. And that's the sort of thing that's like, I think most of the time when you look at an alpha or a beta, it's just kind of looking about what, like, you're trying to work out what the brains of this team seem like. And even though they might seem like little tiny insignificant things, to me they look like big things that they show an indication of their the thought. The fact that they're already doing that stuff is pretty epic. How high can a flamingo jump, do we reckon? Does this need to be a glass? Do we think this needs to be a glass barrier? Allowing some animations to be off in order to give players creative freedom is a nice gesture, in my opinion. Yeah, that's definitely a. There are a lot. I mean, it's ironic to say it because I guess that's the nature of the way we play the game, but Planet Zoo is a really open type game. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that isn't restrictive, but it's interesting when you see someone come along who's basically just pushing the envelope even further and just going, let's just remove as many of the frustrations as we can. I don't know if I want this to be glass or not. I feel like a flamingo would just hop over that, wouldn't they? Just yeet up there and jump over. I mean, obviously they won't really in the game, but in reality I think they would. Don't know. Right, let's have a little. Maybe if we let's get a peep over here as well, just to get the. Where's my little rando? There you are, rando. Come here. Shove this guy in. So what there really should be is like a gap between where the flamingos are and where the people are, like a drop. And there isn't. And to do that is a pain. To do that is a pain now. Because I'm pretty sure that I can't take the water out and put it back in again. Oh, maybe I can. Do we do that? Or do we just block it? I'll tell you what, I think we'll make it just glass. Let's do something funky with some glass. Maybe we can combine some glass pieces with one of these things. And we'll just kind of seal it in. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean there's already enough to I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit with it, but there's already enough for me to think that Prehistoric Kingdom is going to be better than Planet Zoo. For pure creative building, I think it's going to be better. Oh, I want to use the transparent already. I think it's got enough in there to convince me. Because even things like the pathing, right? So if you don't know this, if you don't know Prehistoric Kingdom particularly well, the pathing the pathing of guests and the pathing of staff is way more dynamic. You don't have to have a path everywhere. If I wanted a guest to walk over a bridge, I'd bring that path up to the edge of the bridge, and then I'd do something. I'd place down something that they can walk on, whatever, and the guest would just walk over it. I could just make my own little bridge. The guests in Prehistoric Kingdom, they're like always seeking a way to get places. So like that would obviously do nothing in Planet Zoo, but a PK guest would just walk up there. They just walk over it. That's got like a something they can navigate over, and they seem to be able to choose what objects they want the guests to walk over. So, like the guests, when they first started, the guests were walking over all the rocks. So, if you placed a rock down, they say you built a mountain, you were like doing that. The guests would just come and wander up there, and so they turned all those off, and now the guests won't walk over rocks. And it didn't seem like it was a massive thing for them to do that. They just changed it. In PK you can stretch pieces. Can you also curve them? No, you can't. You're pulling something on an axis. Hey elephant, how you doing? You're pulling something on an axis, so you're basically taking that thing, and if I wanted to pull it in any one of those directions, so it basically considers the planes of the object. So rather than me going rather than moving it, obviously I can move it as well, but I can pull that face of that object out as well, and it will stretch that object. And some of the things which are really mind-blowingly clever is that something like the mesh, right? So we'll get back onto the building in a second, but imagine what happens to that if you stretch it. You'd think that it would just distort. See, that's obviously got like a little uniform diamond pattern. Well, in Planet Kingdom, they've done it so that when you stretch it, it just replicates the pattern. It just continues the pattern. So it doesn't distort it. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. And I think they'll be doing that with more and more things. Just think about the number of times in Planet Zoo where you're forcing yourself round a problem. You're navigating round a technical problem that you're like, well, that's the smallest bit of glass I can use, so I have to use that. Do you like PZ or PK the best? Well, definitely at the moment I like Planet Zoo. Planet Zoo is the best game I've ever played. For building and creativity, the Planet games I've never played anything like this. There's nothing quite as good. But that's what's the thing that's super cool is that it should be an evolution, right? The next game along should make the next Planet game better. Because they'll basically be forced to do that sort of thing. They'll be forced to do it. I think the visual style of the two are different, but I'm super excited for both. I'm really super excited for the next Planet game, which is likely to be Planet Coaster 2, I would say. But also for Prehistoric Kingdom. I think the one that was plugged and not see-through. They only fixed the mesh. Really? I'm not sure that's the case, but if it is, I don't really mind, to be honest. I'd rather use the one-way glass because the one-way glass is clearer than the not one-way glass. And the guests don't really seem to usually mind. They find a way of looking through stuff anyway. So even if I just do that, they'll be looking through there. They'll be looking through there like Wally's. But thank you very much. Lunathaniel. I thought they'd actually fixed that, to be honest. Have they not fixed that? It's been absolutely ages. Have they not fixed it? Hasn't it not been a long time? But yeah, the exciting thing is both, really, and I will be playing both. I mean, I won't stop playing. I can't imagine I've stopped playing Planet Zoo. I have to say I'm probably slightly more interested in the subject matter of Planet Zoo. I'm probably slightly more interested in a zoo than I am in a dino park thing. Oh, I've just realised I need to move this barrier back because they'll stand inside the barrier, won't they? Hey, Earthworm Jim. Awesome name. Hopefully you actually named after Earthworm Jim, the game. Earthworm Jim, that was a classic. Was that first on the? That was first on the Amiga, wasn't it? That is a good game. Let's not. We won't actually do that between the posts. We'll do something else, I think, between the posts. I can't wait to play it as well. How long is a long time? What did I say, Wes? I can't remember half the time when I'm saying something, dude. What did I say that was me saying a long time? Remind me. I'll clarify. I feel the same way about animals versus dinos. What? That you're more interested in the subject matter of dinos. I think I probably like I played Ark for ages. Like I've got a lot of hours in Ark. In fact, my channel and everything started originally on Ark. Oh, ages. Oh, I see about the bug. A good couple of months. When was this DLC? Africa DLC. Maybe Africa DLC came out at the beginning of this. No, I think it's. No, it must be 3 months ago. The one-way glass pieces came with the Africa pack in that free DLC. So it's been a good couple of months that they haven't fixed that bug, which is a bit rubbish. And is a bit stupid that they haven't fixed it yet. Alright, we'll have to do something in these little nubs. Okay, that'll do. And then we'll do something. We'll just do like mesh pieces in there, I think. And we'll suss out what we're doing in here. Yeah, sorry. So I was getting back to that. So yeah, I am interested. Definitely, I probably am more interested. I am interested in the dinos. I'm not really to like an obsessive. Knowing all the names, all that sort of stuff type thing, although no problem if you do. But it's more it's really, I guess it's more I think it's more the thought of like, it's quite easy to look up inspiration for like real world things that we see all the time. It's quite hard to do that for something that is a bit more fantastical in its nature, if you know what I mean. So it's a bit harder to go out and look up inspiration pictures for dinos. That being said, I have got a whole bunch of ideas, and I would be playing Prehistoric Kingdom, and I probably will do before we get to December. I can imagine be playing it again because it'll be. I want to kind of refresh it a bit. And actually, the possibilities are enormous for what you can do in the game, based on the whole resize and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just. I guess we'll have to see. But I think it's just a little bit harder in my brain to see. Imagine what a zoo park will look like. A dino park will look like. Because if you think about the original like Jurassic Park film, yeah, the buildings are actually, yeah, there's not that many buildings, are there? It became, as the films went later on, it became more like more of an amusement park sort of thing. Much more buildings in the newer ones, the ones with Chris Pratt. Those have all got much more like going on in the parks. I think it becomes. I think in my head, I think the thing that I'm not sure about with Prehistoric Kingdom is whether the subject matter ends up being more about just building amazing landscapes. Does that make any sense? Like, it's a landscaping exercise rather than an architectural exercise. It's the architectural. It's the bits that are like people interacting with buildings and stuff like that. All of my ideas in sorry, excuse me, put my teeth back in Prehistoric Kingdom are all like futuristic-y. They're a bit more like futuristic-y, if that's the word. That's harder to do, I think. How are we missing a post here? Does that make any sense? It's harder to build something that doesn't exist than it is something that does exist. But it looks like they're moving towards some less kind of less modern architecture in the new patch notes. They showed some like the sort of tropical theme and all that sort of stuff. That's something I would like to see, actually. That was probably the only thing that I was a little tiny bit disappointed in the patch notes there, was that building felt a little bit like... So they basically they showed a picture of like a... I guess it was like a kind of resort-looking building, but it was a classic kind of tropical, thatched roofs, all that sort of thing. It would be kind of cool to see a theme that isn't one we've got in Planet Zoo. Like, there's plenty of places they could go with it. The concept art did look good. I'm not saying it didn't. It did look good, but it felt a bit like, it just felt a bit too similar to the PZ stuff. Dinosaurs have been found everywhere, right? So why not do a theme that hasn't been done? Why not do a theme that just isn't quite so... I guess it doesn't fit as much to the... Well, I don't know. Like, why not do a deserty theme thing? Like I don't know, something that isn't quite so on the nose themed. But we'll see. Hopefully I'll be proven wrong. It looked a bit like, again, it sort of goes back to what I said before. It looked a bit like it was like, here's them trying to be just doing the same thing that Planet Zoo have done, but doing it better, which is fair enough, I guess. But yeah, I think it's going to be epic. Just a long way away. Oh, December. Eek. that a different colour, or is that just because that one's hitting the light? I think that's all it is, isn't it? That one's got the sun on it, and that one don't. Yeah, interesting. What else? What I mean, guess what other themes? What other themes could they have that we don't have? Does that need to be? That can be open, I guess. Oh, that's looking alright. Right, so that'll obviously all need dressing and plants and things. That'll do for now. There, I think that works. It's not too obtrusive, and they get a nice view still. Alright, so we'll do a bit more rock work, but I think mostly that's going to be okay. Can that have water in it? That bottom section? Not really. What we might do is a bit more of the mud that we've got going on up there down here. But yeah, I think they'll yeah, as I said, I think it's what's cool is that it will feel like it pushes. I think it will push Frontier to look at some of the things they're doing, and it will if Jurassic World, if Prehistoric Kingdom is really successful, then certain features in that game will force themselves into the next Planet game. They just will, because they'll just be like, well, we can't not have dynamic resizing. So that is just like, well, we have to have dynamic resizing because everybody will be clamouring for it. The only thing that's really stopped me from playing Prehistoric Kingdom is that partly the stability, but also just some of the features for building are not there. Probably already on the case. Yeah, I would think so. I would think you've got to assume they've already well into starting the next project. Well into already started Planet Coaster 2. There's that I posted this in the Discord the other day as well. The Park Beyond looks quite cool as well. That's been, I'm trying to think of the makers of that. Who's the developers behind that? It's someone we know. It's someone that's got some. I'm trying to think who the devs are of it. Free path placing. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, they might hit some stuff, Lindsay, that it's just the engine can't do it. They may well hit some stuff that's just like the engine is there. They need a whole different engine for it. Pressing all the wrong keys. There we go. Okay, right, so a little swampy bit. We'll have to do some rock work and things for that. So I'm trying not to get too tropical with this, which is why I've stayed in the desert colours. That just gets a bit too brown, but I think it'll be alright for down here. It's my new favourite thing since I discovered this. Just some of this rock, this mud texture can be recoloured. I'm like obsessed by it. Are you on the name change again, Wes? Have you been changing your name in the Discord? Do I need to? Do I need to go and look? No, it still says Wesley. Okay, good. I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon. Right, shall we go mad with the temple rubble? Is it time? Is it time? Temple rubble the hell out of all of this. If in doubt, plot down 5,000 pieces of temple rubble. Because I'm not getting a sheep. Yeah, exactly. So you're the one that's a sheep obsessive at the moment. Good on you. I think it's quite nice that you're getting a sheep. I think it's quite sweet. As I said, I'm not sure there'd be that many 14-year-old boys getting a sheep over a VR headset. Your mum and dad must be so proud. It just makes such a difference. I know it's really obsessive, but it makes such a difference having this. Just these little bits that break up the texture make it so much more interesting. Break up the flat planes of dirt textures. I did see some stuff actually in the Jurassic World Evolution trade gameplay that was on the other day. So they have got. I don't know if they've always had this because I never played the other one very much. As I said, I played it for about an hour or whatever the maximum amount of time you can play before you can refund on Steam. They do have like paintbrushes now for terrain and stuff. Sorry, for like foliage brushes and things. Which I don't know if they always had those, but that's definitely a cool addition. There just don't appear to be anything that's like a custom building. It's all just ploppable. You know, plop down this thing, and then you can customize it if you want to. But it's all very much of a muchness. But finding games to play has never been my problem, so we'll be grand. We'll have plenty of Planet Zoo gaming going on. Plenty of Planet Zoo builds. I sort of it would be interesting to know how many different DLCs they've got planned. I think they've still got 2 or 3 still. I think we'll increasingly get more animal packs, as I said the other day, which I don't really mind. Getting there. Pinsy mittens. Nice. What are you now, Wes? You are... I can't actually see your name on there. Why can't I see your name? Maybe you're offline at the moment. Oh, maybe you've gone to a name that I now can't find. That's probably what it is. I don't see ya. I don't see ya. Is there anything I'm missing here? I guess we could have another view spot here. What do the flamingos actually like? What's their jam? What do they play with? Oh, blueprint overload. So they like that thing, the mirror mobile. Can we put that on somewhere? Oh, sheeping with Wesley. Oh dear, you do make me chuckle. Sheeping with Wesley. Is that going to be? But hold on, you've got a. So that is that going to be your YouTube channel now? I guess it could be. Sheeping with Wesley. Taves, your turn. Taves sheeps. No, you're all right. You're all right, mate. You're all right. Don't worry about it. I'll be grand. So we put some of these in these little. I guess we'll just put some of these. I wish it didn't do that all the time. It really annoys me. I wish it didn't do that. Oh, and it clicks off the damn thing. It's a shame this is so huge. Look at this. It's bloody massive. And it's one of those things that derps the terrain. Why does it do that? Just don't do it. I can't use it. I can't use it. I mean, look at the size of that thing. It's bloody huge. I can't use it. That's stupid. I think maybe we'll make another viewing section down this bottom end. Why will it not? Why will you not let me place the game? Game. I don't really want to put it up there. I guess we could put it up the top. The one place I want to put it, I can't. Is it because of the barrier? I guess I have got the barrier all the way over there. And where is it down the bottom? Oh, okay. That's alright, that's easy to fix. Can put videos of mittens on it now. Yeah, that sounds like good. That's a good plan, dude. Go for it. So there's probably not that many. There's probably not that many 14-year-old boys on YouTube who have got a sheep. So that is definitely a niche. Go for it. Run with it. Run with the sheep. Be one with the sheep. I look forward to watching videos of you and your sheepscapades. Hey, Miss Palindrome, how you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good weekend. I have to say, that thing that Beckaboo told us about, with the fact that you can hide the whole barrier now, it's mind-changing. It's like changes my whole world. It changes my whole world. The fact that I don't have to look at that bloody thing all the time. Taves, what's your thoughts on a CC for farm? just started playing Planet Zoo again, and I thought of creating good genes to sell to people. Thoughts on CC on a CC farm? Oh, for franchise. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't played franchise in so long. The like franchise stuff, I just never felt really like, I don't know, never felt like it was really all that fleshed out. I don't know what it was missing, but it never really felt all that fleshed out to me. It was, I mean, I guess it's one of those things. I remember this was like the like what people do when there's like a demand for something is that they price gouge. It's like price gouging. When there was like one of those things, it's like a community event comes up and people just like price gouge, CC price gouge the price of a gold rated panda is now like the maximum amount of possible. It's like I guess that probably doesn't happen that much anymore. It's one of those things I've always been fascinated to know, and it is obviously something that Frontier have the data on that we would never know the data of, but like how many people play franchise versus play Sandbox? You'd just sort of assume that when the game first started, most people played Sandbox, and I wonder if that's still the case or not. I guess most new people probably start with Sandbox and then swap eventually, and we just assume in the the content created community that it's not that, and that everybody is always playing Sandbox all the time because we're in our little bubbles. Our little echo chambers. Our little crazy echo chambers that people create. I'm not going to be running with the mittens, but I will be walking with mittens. Why? Don't do stifle mittens' natural urge to run. He might want to run, or she might want to run. It's a she, isn't it? Because it would be a ram if it was a male. Tell me about it. Low prices others put for some animals is ridiculous. The prices people, yeah, I know. So if you want, I guess if your intention Earthworm Jim is to set up a not-for-profit to be the what was the right word? What's the right word I'm looking for? What's the word when like I can't even say it. Philanthropist. If you want to be a philanthropist, where you're just for the common good. Break is over. Right, gotcha. Hope it goes well. Please make sure you keep us updated in the Discord. I am kind of intrigued by this. It fascinates me. I think it's pretty cool that he's getting a sheep. So for those of you who don't know, Wes is someone who's been in the community for a while, and he's 14. He's a lovely kid. He's very. Oh, he's still here. Go away. We're talking about you. And he's been talking about getting a VR headset for a little while. And then suddenly he's decided he's getting this sheep, which I think is quite adorable. But he doesn't have the money to get both the sheep and the VR headset. So he's getting the sheep, which I think is pretty badass. What was that blue and orange barrier you were messing with earlier? Does it tell the animals where they can roam, or what, this thing? This, yeah. So that's the barrier. So you can, so in the game you've got like these sorts of barriers, but you've also got this one which is a null barrier, which is effectively like sets the boundary of the habitat. and then you build something that's like an actual fence. So in my case, if I look at one of my, have I even actually got a flamingo in here? Yeah. My starving flamingo, but it's not going to starve. It's fine. Oh, there's no gate, so I won't be able to do that. But yeah, if I look at its traversable area, it won't be able to get beyond that gap. So yeah, it sets the boundary. They would run across that gap and escape effectively if I didn't have something blocking them. Prices I will stick to what game sets or add it to next. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll keep the. I think we will have like a second viewing point down here. Maybe a smaller one. Yeah, kind of there. So that people can see them in the swampy bit. I was wondering if that meant animal could clip through the fencing or something. No, so it paths as so now obviously they'd be able to get out and they'd escape. But yeah, that's pretty cool. All that stuff works really well. Oh, why have I got it running? All that stuff works really well. You can create all of the kind of natural barriers for them, and what a lot of people do once they've been playing for a while is they just do what I'm doing, is they largely use the null barriers and then just make their own. So we'll keep the dry looking stuff over here. I need to texture paint this stuff as well because that should all be a bit wetter. And then we'll go through the bits that are wet and make those look a bit more like their kind of marshy stuff. So technically you can create invisible barriers that keeps them from roaming as well. No, so that invisible barrier, so if you see where I've got that invisible barrier, an animal would just run across that and escape. There is a setting that I have set. So this is all well done. So you can set it to, so like currently I've got mine to like enable the escape switched off, so they won't escape. But with that setting switched on, and what most people will play with is that they will escape across that gap. But if you switch that off, yeah, you can just kind of have them go wherever you want them to go. Some animals, and what happens in some of those cases, obviously if that was a lion, then all the guests would run away because they would know that there's a gap that the lion could escape out of. But in some animals, it doesn't matter whether you're having them in the areas where the guests are. So you think about things like peafowl and whatever, it doesn't matter whether the guests, whether the barrier is complete or not. The guests don't panic and freak out about it, which is a really cool feature. And the whole I think the whole barrier feature in general is pretty good. That all works really well. To keep some more realism. Yeah, that toggleability, and good word, I like the word toggleability. That's all pretty new. A lot of those features are new. The fact that you can switch that off. But it's a really cool thing, because sort of what I was talking about before, when you start playing a game, you want it to be, you want to follow the way that the game works and all that sort of stuff. But then eventually you get to a point where you want the option. So for me, largely this game is now about building, and so actually the looking after the animals and all that sort of stuff, the welfare of the animals and the breeding of the animals, is all stuff that I'm not really interested in doing anymore. I quite liked it at the start, So all of that stuff you can switch off to really just to make the game what you want it to be, which is super cool. That's the sandboxy thing. And that's what makes it a sandbox game, is that you play how you want to play. Yeah, exactly. I like the idea of eventually wanting to make a fantasy-esque zoo. Yeah, and actually go even further with that thought and not even have a zoo. Like, it doesn't have to be a zoo, does it? It could be anything. If you wanted to build a fantasy village, like there's people in the Planet Zoo community. There's a guy who's making like who's made all of like the Lord of the Rings stuff, like the Shire and everything. And there's people that have made like, you know, Star Wars things and film things. Because yeah, once you get to that point, you're just like, okay, I don't really feel like I want to be making a zoo today. I want to make, I want to make my, a fantasy village or something. Yeah, just do whatever. I love all of that sort of stuff. That's what keeps you playing, I think. Hey, Karina. How you doing? I've always gravitated towards sandboxy games because of that, because of exactly that. Because I don't want to have to play the way that it's prescribed to play. Maybe I do for a while and then I just get bored of it. I'm like, far better if I can make up my own game. Do it how I want to do it. Yeah, I think they got that balance really right in this game. That you know, you can be, I mean, you can leave it all on if you want, and you can just play, you know, you could just play franchise mode. Are there ways to incorporate purples, blues and pinks in nature or walls? Well, with vanilla items anyway. Are there walls to incorporate purples, pinks, blues and pinks? It depends what it depends what biome you're in, but definitely yeah. So I tend to do things like, so I think in my planting, I generally go like, where would be an area that's just kind of being left to be natural, which is like more like that, but then something that's a bit more like an ornamental area, then I can, you know, go to town a bit more. Yeah, so like things like that. I mean, that's a tropical water feature basically. But obviously that's supposed to be, the whole thing is designed to be something that's much more man-made, and therefore it makes sense. Or you put it inside a building. That's the other thing you can do as well. Like super high fantasy, like dragons and castles. I'm curious to see what range it has. I mean, it's got there's no limit to what you can do, because it's your imagination that, you know, it's your imagination and your patience that make it, that define what you do in it, really. As I said, if you wanted just to build a castle, a medieval castle, or you wanted to recreate some world from a book or something, you can totally do that in this game. Go for it. Go crazy. I don't like that it does that with that texture that comes through. Oh dear. Maybe think of a children's version of fantasy. I think the cool thing about these sorts of games is that they just let you do whatever you want to do. You know, I think that's why I'm saying if you want to just think outside the box and don't do a zoo, just do whatever. I've seen people recreate Disneyland, Disney World in so many games that now it's just a fascination for me. Yeah, you can definitely do that in this. What are we going to do here? What have I used? I feel like that's a bit much. That's a bit much. That'll need some of that gubbins from over there. Don't look at my piece count. Don't look at my piece count. Shh. It's alright. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's all getting hidden away. That's a bit unnecessary. Most of that's under the rubble, under the bushes. Yeah, I think I'm not that far off of getting to a place where I'm starting to think that I'm like might experiment with some ideas of building things that are not zoo related. I think it's a natural evolution that the game gets to as well, is that people start to be a bit more broad in what they build. I think it's different if you're someone making content. It's a little bit more difficult because you do feel a bit more stuck in a, like, you know, it's a bit harder to get someone to watch something that's, you know, unless it's really kind of really amazing. It's a bit harder to watch something that's, for someone that's a small channel, someone to make something that's like massively just off of the left field. It's honestly awesome. It's tempting me more and more to get the game. You should definitely get it. You should definitely get it. Gets it. You guts to. Right, what should we put in here? Maybe another tree. What are we using? I keep losing track of what we're using. So I'm using the mangrove apples, but I'm using those in this habitat and not really anywhere else. So that's what we'll do. It's amazing how when you start to place in the more and more like foliage you put in, how much better it gets. Can we do reeds? Is that in this biome? Cattails, are they in? Yeah, Africa grassland. Perfect. Where's our deepest bit of water? Taking the water out? Did I take the water out? Yeah. When did I do that? Did I take the water out? Or have I just... Yeah, it's better with the water in it, isn't it? I don't know why I took the water out. In fact, we need to change the water colour as well, I think. Can't remember how you do this. Oh, it's up there, isn't it? Oh, I get this bug every now and again. I don't know if anyone else gets this. There's like no option come up. Annoying. So I mean, there should be another dialogue box that comes up there that gives me the thing to choose the colour. Oh well. Never mind. I get it. You get it all the time, yeah. I get it sometimes with the like choosing things on the screens and stuff as well. Yeah, I did. I had the water selected. It was giving me the. It was giving me the like the buttons for it. Like if you look, it gives me the select. The actual button is there. The like the box is there, but it doesn't give me the option within it. It's like missing a section here. Same with this one. There's like nothing in that. Strange. Edible signs and light colours. Yeah, the signs definitely. Definitely I get it with the signs all the time. And it's only a restart. You have to do a restart and it'll be fine, but I can't be doing that on the stream at the moment. Got water up there as well. Oh well. Do. I saw some of these the other day actually in my local area. The little cattails. It's kind of funny. I was like, oh, they shouldn't be in this. They shouldn't be in this biome. That was weird. It's like in a like a ditch by the side of the road. I was like, oh, that's weird. Obviously not native. Is there a feature in the game that allows you to see other people's creations, or is it really only seen through watching videos and sharing online? No, not at all. You can actually... So you can upload stuff onto the workshop, or you can upload actual files, so you can go and load into someone's zoo, or you can go and use something. So I have done a bunch of these. And there's a bunch of other creators that you like build something and you just upload it onto the workshop. Oh, hello. The game went crazy. And you can pick it up and plop it in your own zoo and then like, yeah, walk around in it and use it in your own zoo, or you can look at how that thing was made and then change it. So yeah, there's loads of that stuff that you can do. Quite like that building actually. I forgot about that building. I made that for the dingo habitat, Australia. Quite like the shabbiness of it. I'm all for a bit of shabby. Yeah, the dingoes. So I built this whole bloody thing and then realised the dingoes couldn't actually get inside because of all the gaps in the planks. Have you seen those videos of people trying to eat cattails? No? What's that? What's that about? People trying to eat them? No, never seen that. Can't say I've seen that. Why? Mad people? People that are mad? Maybe aquatic. Yeah, let's do a bit of this. Do a bit of this here and there. Yes, it explodes because of how the seed clusters work. Oh, maybe I've seen. I feel like maybe I've seen a video of the like the actual like mechanics of one of those seed pods. Maybe. I'm quite obsessed by. There's a channel called a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day, which is just this American dude who's like fascinated by these little kind of things that kind of amazing things in our world that we take for granted that are around us all the time. And he's got a YouTube channel that he's like millions of subscribers, and he just kind of goes around and looks at stuff. Nips over to the other channel. Hey Bedrick, if you would keep it to English if you don't mind. But yes, I feel like I've seen on that dude's channel something about the mechanics of something like that. The sort of fascinating. And he does a lot of like slow motion, like super slow mo gubbins where he shows you like how those things physically work. A little bit of this. So I'm using the greener stuff around the water, and then I'm going to use the drin around the edges. Ba, ba, ba. Also, something crazy to watch is how a dandelion turns a flower into a puff. What? Oh, into like one of the little... Yeah, okay, cool. That'd be interesting to look at. I can see how that would be interesting. I love all that sort of thing. I love all that sort of thing. It's one of those things that's like, yeah, just those things that are just the little wonders around us all the time. I start to get a bit hippie sounding when I talk like this, but yeah, the little wonders that we have around us all the time. It's pretty cool. I don't know about that one. I feel like that one was not necessary. Need to do something to soften that edge. I think we'll just get some mud, glorious mud. Just get some mud pillars. And we'll bugger about with this for a minute. Oh. Yeah, that'll work. Oh God. Stop. There we go. Alright, don't use the same one. Duplicate it. There we go. Thank you, Lindsay. Cat-tail eat is not something I want to try after witnessing that. I mean, I'm intrigued, but I should look at it off stream. Yeah, that helps, doesn't it? It just doesn't have that hard edge anymore. It doesn't look quite so unrealistic. Right, so their path is going to... Well, did I say the path was going to come round? Did I say the path was going to come round and go up? How am I going to do that then? And then do what? Oh, I tell you what, I could do that because I have got some way of... I've got to find some way of getting this road over. Yes. Yeah, we could do that actually then. This is going to be a pain. Creeps me out. Just see some eat. Then looks like I've got to find some people and get people to try it. Sure, I'm intrigued. So if we bring a path. This is going to take some effort. Let's put a path in here. I'm going to leave a bit of a gap. Do you know what I have like a little wish list of things that I would love to see just get done in this game. And one of the things that I would love to see is just the option to turn off curbs on raised paths. It would make life so much easier. It sounds like it's one of those things that's quite difficult to explain why, but it is just a pain in the absolute pain to not have the option to turn off the paths. Why is the road being bendable? Is that something? Is that satisfying? Yeah. Yeah. It's the thing you can do. It's the thing. It's the thing you can do. It might look satisfying, but the path system in this game is the most annoying thing. But there are definitely some little quality of life things that would be a lot better. Right, what am I doing? What am I looking for? I'm looking for curved slopes. And let's make it a bit longer. One of the things that's really difficult in this game is how to get a gradient of a slope that isn't like that. Imagine pushing a wheelchair or a pram up that. Would be an absolute nightmare. You'd never see it. And they've never done anything about that. It's so annoying. Make it easy if the paths go how you want them, and it does. They do my head in as well. They do my head in. So we will bend said path round like this, have it go up there, but have to do it in a more complicated process. So let's take that one out and that one out and that one out and do that. That's a slight improvement. So that's a slightly better gradient. Go away. And let's shorten that down again. Can I do that again? So let's take that one out. And that one out. That's not going to link now, is it? No. Let's go back to the long one. Stupid. Maybe if I take that one out and that one out. So that's not too bad. Still, it's a ridiculously steep slope. There's a bunch of different processes for doing this, but none of them are simple. None of them make it that easy. They're all a pain. See, what I could do... Could you make a floating corkscrew path for people to walk on? You couldn't... Yeah, you could I mean, you could... If you wanted to, you could go up to the moon. Well, you can go up. So if I wanted to, I could go yeah, like round and round and round and round and round. But you can't make it, you can't easily make it do like a shorter gradient. So yeah, you could do that up and up and up and up if you wanted. If you wanted to, so you can set the number of guests. So this is always the thing that when you're starting a zoo off, so you can set the number of guests to whatever you want it to be. And when you start a zoo off, obviously you've got less things for them to look at. So when you turn the zoo on at 500, they're all just going to crash into the same area. But if you turn the zoo on at 500 and you've done a proper zoo, a big zoo, it doesn't feel that bad. They get spread out. And what you can actually do is trick having... you can just trick having spawners in different locations. So at the moment, I only have the guest spawning here. So when I open the zoo, they all start from there. I actually can't remember if I've done it now, but I think I've got a spawner hidden in here as well, maybe. Have I? Yeah, so there's a guest spawner in here. Oh, no, there isn't at the moment. There's a gate in here. Oh, I've got another one over there somewhere, haven't I? So they'll spawn out of that location and the other one. And if you spread them around all over the zoo, you have to do stuff to make it look like they're not actually spawning. So you can do stuff like have a toilet. So it's got a facade of a toilet. And then a guest spawn inside it, if you know what I mean, if that makes any sense. Yeah, you could do a multi-story car park zoo. Do a multi-story zoo. I think Plastic Swans did a future zoo really early on. I think it was like a. I'm just having a drink, guys, for a second. I vaguely remember it being like an Arctic zoo, but she built this whole great big kind of structure where everything was inside. So it's like a sort of like a research facility sort of thing. I was just saying that because of you trying to get the guests to leave quickly. Oh right, yeah. Got ya. Yeah, they're an annoyance. They're mostly an annoyance. Right, let's try one of the other ways of doing this. So if you just terminate a path for a second, and just have that. And we'll just square the end off of that path for a wee second. And we'll pull the node away and lift it up. Which means I can get it closer. And then I'll do the same again. Just move it away a touch. I think this works. I haven't done this in ages, but let's give this a try. Usually what I do is actually just shift the terrain, which I could do, but I'll give this a go. I think this works. So as long as the next one is always up slightly. No, it's not going to link them together though. Oh my god, the pathing in this game sometimes. Oh, is it linking them? Did it just link those? It did, but it's not making the slope. Is it making the slope? I think that's better, isn't it? I don't know if it did it with the last one. I felt like those two there, it didn't. Maybe there's not enough difference. I'll go up like a little step like that. Back for a bit. My dad had to go get something from this store. So when does the sheep actually arrive, Wes? Are we imminent? Are we imminently expecting Mittens, Stephen, Mountbatten, or whatever you've called him? Surname? St. John Delaney? I think that is working. I think that is slowly getting up there. It's not anywhere near high enough though, is it? Because they can't see over the damn the damn edge. But that does work. That is a much more gradual slope. Okay, so that will work. I just have to start it a lot further back. Maybe it has to come from like here somewhere. I think. We're going to make a whole load of. We're going to have a whole bunch of problems to sort out. But that does work then. So let's bring it all the way back here, and then if I start to bring it up from maybe like there. I have to try and find it later. It's been a while since I've seen any of her vids. Yeah, she hasn't done any She hasn't done any build vids for a while, I don't think. She's got some really good ones though, but she tends to do the like yeah, the races and all that sort of stuff. That tends to be more what she does these days. But yeah, she's got some really good. She's always been. I think she's always been a little bit. There's so many good, good content creators with good builds. It's one of the. It is one of the things that I always find a bit of a shame that there's a little bit of a. I guess it's just a lot of people to get through, but there's always felt a little bit like there's a bit of a clique. And if you're not in the clique, which I've never been someone to be in the clique, then you don't kind of get the the coverage from Frontier and those sorts of things. So that is too much. Annoying. Is it too much? No, it is working. It is working. You're gonna need a mile for them to be able to see them with a slope like that. Let's see how this looks. I think this could be right. It's still pretty steep. Still pretty steep. Yeah, I don't know. Is that better than we had before? Oh, it's savage. It would be savage to try and push something up this, and it's rough as anything as well. I think I was lagging behind. Where's answered your question in chat before you asked it? You must have been. Keep hearing Frontier and I don't know what that is. Oh, sorry, Miss Palindrome. So Frontier are the developers. Frontier are the peeps that made this game, basically. I guess I could do a set of stairs and then like a little implied stair lift or something. Or that's a bit of a cop out though, isn't it? I mean, I don't necessarily have to have this slope. That's way too steep, that. It's not though. Look how rough it is. It still would be really steep. Imagine walking up that. It'd be a pain. Our aquariums in this game, they are not. There's some clamour for there being aquariums, but I'm not sure we'll get them. I think if we get them, they will be a bit like the habitat boxes, which I don't have one to show, but it's basically like a fixed. It's a fixed structure. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe we just make it a set of stairs and a lift, or like a little stair lift thing. You will have to download modded animals for aquariums. Yeah, you can kind of make your own. There's a few tricks. I have done some things where I've created some stuff that looked like fish tanks and things like that, but that's so annoying. So we'd have to go up like that much. But what we could do is we could go up a lot slower than that. So we could do like that, and then a little bit, and then yeah, a little bit, and then up another couple of steps, and then a little bit, and then a turn, and then up another couple of steps, Feels a bit better, doesn't it? I think that's what we'll do. And so I'll have to, once I've kind of landscaped that all in, you won't see the fact that it's a floating path. So this will all have to be landscaped, and I'll have to do something that's like a retaining wall there. But that will definitely help. It's a bit of a faff, but it will help me get a path over this way somehow, and that road can drop underneath. Rip tourist knees. No, don't say that. I've never seen that option but seen it done in vids. What, the one I've just done? So the other option, so what I did over here, and it's not very smooth. It's difficult to get this smooth. If you look at this like this closely, it looks really rough. The other option, and this is a better way to do it, is to use the track ride. So this is usually what I do. So you get the track ride, and you turn the auto tunnel. Make sure the auto tunnel is on, and use the track ride to create your slope. And because the track ride shows you the degrees that your path is going up by, so that the angle of my track there is going up by 2 degrees. 2.5 to 3 degrees is about basically what people will walk up. And so you then keep going up with your path, with your track ride, and you see that it's raising the terrain underneath it. And then you take the track ride away, and you're left with a nice gradual slope. And in theory, you can put a path on that. The trouble you get is that the path is never the actual piece of the track ride. It's actually not too bad, but see, there's a few places it's not quite wide enough. So that's one way of doing it as well, which is the one I usually use, to be fair, and I have done already in this zoo. But it is a pain. Should have got rid of that. Why did I not get rid of that? Go be gone. I need to put that in on the paths, make it a lot easier. Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to change the paths. Certainly not in this game anyway. They're not going to suddenly change that. So we could do that here, but what you end up with is a lot of work. And if you imagine me having a 3-degree rise here, it would be a long way before I don't know. It would be like my start of my slope would be a long way from where we finish it. I don't think I could make a 3-degree rise in that space. I don't know. I'm not sure I like this anyway. I think we could probably make it work. Right now it doesn't look right, but if I was to put, something that kind of retains some. No, this isn't right, but let's just do this for a second. I'll just show you what my thought was. In fact, this is where my viewing area is. I didn't even want a path starting here anyway. Let's just put in something that looks like it could kind of retain. just briefly. We'll just do this really roughly for a second. Let's do that. And then if I was to put some mulch on the other side of this, like up at that level, then I could start to make it look like it's not quite such a... This is obviously not... This is... I'm just doing this really quickly just so we can see what it looks like. It's all going to be wrong because it's all going to be sticking out that side of the fence, but I'm just doing this for a sec. Just to get a feel for what it would look like once it's finished. And I'd have to have a little series of retained walls as the steps come up. So it wouldn't just feel like it's a floating path, and then I'd have to do the same to some extent this direction. I don't know. I don't know. So I have already got the challenge that I need to get that road, that service road needs to come through and underneath to get to there. I mean, you do see steps. You do get steps in, you know, twos and things have steps. Just, I think maybe what's making it weird, in fact, actually, that's probably what's making it weird, is it's really narrow. I think if it was wider, let's try it again. Thing is, we could have it so that there's actually just like a viewing point, like up here somewhere. Come on, game. Yeah, you can switch the railings on and off. I'm trying to get it so there's no nubbin in the middle. It's giving me the option that very briefly. There we go. Okay, right. So if we did something like that, and then we had a wider path, not that wide. Let's move these as well. Just for a wee minute. Bulbous. So if we went up in something a bit more, you know, confidently, rather than these little funnily paths, which you shouldn't really be doing anyway, these are too narrow. If I went up in something like that, that I think would feel better. Let's give this a go then. Let's give this a go. So I need to switch that back on again. Not from there. It's to not start there. It's not the one. There we go. Start from there. Yeah. The pain. The path pain. That's way too big. Why is that so long? Is that what an 8 meter path looks like? That length? I guess it is. Let's do that, and then we'll put a branch going there. That's not supposed to be there. Like that. Yeah, this could work. I think this could work. It takes a bit of kind of imagination, but it's not quite right, is it? Let's go up one more click, I think. Like that. No, one more. Yeah, so we make that like a feature. Oh, thank you. Okay, make that like a feature, like it's a little. I don't know, like we do that kind of thing over here as well. Or we make something that looks like a bird watch thing. Not this, but something like this. And then all of that gets landscaped in. That doesn't need to be there anymore. In fact, let's take that back, align that to the grid. Take those off. Oh, bugger. I want a square end. I don't want a rounded corner. No worries, Wes. Yeah, I think that could work. It's going to take a bit of a stretch of the imagination, but it won't feel like that's come up like that, because everything else will the terrain will all slowly move up next to it. So there's going to be a building that sticks out there. Yeah, I think that can work. Okay, so let's get rid of these. Let's undo this. Gubbins. I'll probably just do like an adaptation of that viewing point. Yeah, because then we won't have to have another view from the top. There won't have to be anything up there. That can just be closed in. It's weird when I look at. So I was watching. There's quite a few people that have built their zoos completely on the flat. Like, I'm pretty sure that Delay Designer's City Zoo is all built with no terrain shift at all. It's all flat, and it makes your life so much easier. And I never know why I don't do it, but I don't. I mean, part of the problem I guess I've got is that I plopped this elephant habitat down, and the elephant habitat, it's all raised. Like, the whole habitat is raised. It does make it more interesting, but it makes it way harder. Because if you're trying to be realistic about thinking about how steep a path can be, like, that one's pretty good. That one is pretty acceptable. It's definitely rough. You can see all the bumps and everything in it. But we'll get there. We'll get there. No rush. Yeah, that looks alright. Quite happy with that so far. Maybe it needs a bit more, a bit of softening of some of these, I think. Just a little bit of this and that here and there. And this is where we discover that the flamingos actually can't move around in there. Yeah, the other thing I haven't thought about yet as well, which I've got to work out, is actually where the habitat gate is going to go. We don't have a habitat gate at the moment at all, which is interesting. And I guess we could have... I mean, it might be quite cool to have like a bridge. The train stamp, yeah, the train stamp is kind of cool. The train stamp again is almost exactly what you want, but not quite. So you can do it with the train stamp, yeah, definitely. But what you'll find with the train stamp is you kind of get a one shot with the terrain stamp, because if you're doing like an angle, right? Say you want to do like this. If you just stick with it and you haven't changed anything, it's fine. And that's obviously pretty steep again, but as soon as you click off of that and you're moved away, it's bloody impossible to get exactly the right spot. Oh, I did a pretty good job there, but terrain stamp does definitely do a pretty good job of it. But it's and it will work with doing like like something like I've just done there, like a flat slope. But if you're trying to do like a curved slope, for example, which is what I was kind of trying to do originally, it's really difficult to do that. But yeah, the terrain stamp's pretty cool. But all of this really would be made much easier if the thing that often makes it a pain is that you just end up with the curbs. If you don't have to end up with the curbs, it's a lot easier. If you could turn off the curbs somehow, I'd be happy. Happy days. So this might actually, maybe we just bring this. I don't know what I'm doing here, but we'll work it out in a second. So I'm going to make all this a bit more kind of plaza-y. Oh, hello. I can't do that then, apparently. So I want to make that. Now I've got a weird thing going on. Please, game. Please. I've got a weird little nub now. I don't want the nub. I think that'll be alright. I think I can probably make that work. Make that really narrow. Link it on. Yeah. But it won't let me do that. Oh, it did let me do that. Yeah, so that'll be better. Can I do that one as well? Yes. There we go. We're getting there. Just got we've got a little bulbous thing, a little bulbous bulge, just for people to have another little viewpoint in. That would be fine. It's a bit smoother than I wanted it to be, actually. No. It's not what we want. Yeah, so that'll be all right. That doesn't have to be. I haven't decided texture-wise what I'm doing yet, but I think that'll be all right. So this will come on. This will go up and over a small bridge where that road's coming under. So let's just fill this section in, and we'll probably call it there. Right. So what I need to do is I need to decide at where I'm gonna start bringing the terrain up, or what I'm going to kind of be my fake terrain. So it would be lovely to be able to follow. What would be nice is to be able to follow that curve. Potentially. Right, so we'll pick a point there, and let's do. Maybe let's do. I haven't used this before. I wonder if this block set that I built would work in this zoo. So this is one I've used in Tigridu. Yeah, I don't think I want to use that. I think we'll just think we'll just kind of make it happen with some plaster pieces and then add some details to it. So let's just say plaster. In fact, let's use the normal. Let's do these puppies. So, if we press that and keep this level. So I think I want to go, maybe we have two grades of it, or do we have just one? Yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do. So we'll have like a retained section that's up at that level. And then we'll have a lower section that's at a slightly higher level. That won't make any sense to anybody yet, but we'll do it. So let's go from like there. Let's just put these down. This is definitely one of those cases where when you start doing something, it looks terrible for ages. It will look terrible for a while, but will slowly, as we start to get further into it, start to look a bit more like something. And it won't look so weird that I've done this path thing. Okay, that's fine. Let's get rid of that bit of Z fighting. So the Z fighting is and this is one of those perfect examples where that's what we were talking about with the Planet Kingdom, the way Planet Kingdom's being built, where you won't have to worry about the Z fighting like that. So you get the Z fighting all the time. Z fighting is basically when you have like pixels occupying exactly the same space, and they can't like be rendered basically, and so you get like a freak out where you just get like a glitchy, horrible texture. And some people don't bother about it when they're building, but I can't help myself. It makes my brain hurt, so I have to. So look, that's it there. Look, see, if I just place that one down, see as I move the camera, that's all like twitching and weird. And what you have to do to get rid of it is just slightly move it off of the line on both the axes, and it won't do it anymore because you won't get it exactly lined up again. You can get it pretty close, but it won't be perfect. So when you can, if you can, you know, in Prehistoric Kingdom, the fact that you can resize things, you don't have to worry about that because you've just stretched. So I want to make it all over there. I'll just stretch this piece, pull this piece out to exactly the size I want. Job's a good one. I guess we could have actually, now I think about it, we could have used this retainer, couldn't we? We've got all this retained wall here. We could have used that. Have I got that in a nice manageable plop? No, I don't. It's all in a horrible thing. Have I got it in a blueprint by any chance? Gabion. No, that's not it, is it? That's a different one. Have I been clever and put it under the floor somewhere? No, I'm an idiot. It's all blended into the same one. God, have I put it over here? Like a clever person? No, I'm an idiot. Oh, buggery. Buggery. That's alright. Doesn't matter. A lot of that's going to get hidden because it's going to be maybe it'll be alright. Anyway, right, let's get on with it. So that's coming up there. That's all going to be mulched up to the edge. And then we're going down to this level. Okay. It doesn't massively matter where I pick these points. Yeah, exactly. It's always the way I do it though, Lindsay. It doesn't matter how organised I try and be. I've done a really good job of that in Tigwadu actually, of keeping things really organised and making sure that I've got... What I usually do is hide something I need under the floor, but I haven't done that in this. I feel like I went back and tinkered with this after. That's messy. But it's no damage. We'll make it all work. We'll make it work. So that actually needs to come and needs to end like there. And we'll do something on the top of these as well, just like a... I use the limestone trim thing is a piece that I've been using a lot at the moment. I'll show you that in a second. So this piece, it's got a really nice, some really nice texture options. So you can do it as like just that. Just gives you a nice sort of concrete texture. And I've used that for all sorts of things. I've used that for steps and yeah, like that for steps. But it's just quite nice for just a topper. So yeah, that's just a slightly different texture. I'll probably change the colour of the plaster as well in a second as well. It's one of my great pleasures in this game is finding purposes for things that are not the immediately obvious what the piece was for. Yeah, I think that would be alright. So it's a bit finickety, this, definitely. It'll be worth it. What I quite like doing as well is when you get to just doing something like this, you start to just get little ideas of what it could be, like what it could end up being. So you could make, I'm sort of thinking to myself, well, I could make that look like, I mean, it won't be used by the guests, but I could extend that and make it look like it's a little seating bit that people could sit in and look at the habitat. The little happy accidents, to go full Bob Ross. Embracing the little happy accidents. Right, I'm going to stop there because I think I'm probably changing this. What have I done there? That's terrible. I'm probably changing this cover anyway. I think it's that, yeah, trying to make something look like it was, or taking advantage of something that just kind of happened as an accident to give you an idea for doing something new. I kind of like, and that, I think the way I build presents those little things all the time, which is why I end up never kind of getting to the point where things look like they're finished. So I'm always like looking for the next thing that comes along. I'm like, oh yeah, but I could do that with that now as well. I'm pretty good at not like redoing things. I know lots of people, there's quite a few members of the PZ community, like creators wise, that have gone back and rebuilt stuff and deleted things, and I haven't done that too much. I've been pretty good at sticking with what I've built, or just not building on it at all, which is probably some of the things I've done. And my old franchise zoo, I definitely feel like that's happened. I've just kind of ended up abandoning it, unfortunately. Every time I go to building it, or go and look at it, which happens occasionally off stream or off a video, I go and look at it, I'm just like, can't find the motivation to building it because it's got so many things I don't like. Because it was when I was kind of learning the game, so it's inevitable that it wouldn't be my best stuff. I've changed the way I'm doing it, haven't I? That's the wrong way round. That's the wrong way round. This needs to be that way round. Hopefully this is not one of those things that I look back in a couple of days and go, nope. Nope. That was a terrible idea. Take it all out. And is that going to stick out? No. Okay, right, so we're up to that point. So let's have a little look at the colour of this. Is that still... Oops. Oops. Is that all of it? Is that just that I didn't bring the wall up? Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? So I'll bring these up instead, I think. Got a little bit of margin for error in the ground, so all good. Right, so let's just make these a little bit less grey. It doesn't matter too much of this because most of it's going to be hidden, basically. But let's make that not quite as obnoxious as that, but like maybe like that. here, and then we need to do another one at this lower tier that follows that shape and that layer, I think. So we'll go from that piece there. So the temptation is to go like that and use the curb, but knowing the fact that the bloody guests walk over the edge of the curbs and along the edge of the paths whenever they want to, means that I'm not going to do that. So we'll go like that. What the deuce? Oh, that's not the right height. It needs to be up at that level. Yeah. Have we got a nice curved piece of plaster that we can use? Yeah, we could use this. It's getting a little bit crazy looking, but bear with. Bear with. I need to double that up as well because it's now got the other one against it. Okay, right, so there's my top tier. So then one more tier down. Which is going to match into this one. Okay, down there. Do 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 do. I think we'll just do another curve. Needs to be further back. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Let's just have a look at that for a minute. Kind of looks weird, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So this is basically my curbing that I'm going to use, and on this edge, let's double that one up as well. That's all right. That'll do. That'll do. Do 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 do. Doesn't matter that that's got Z fighting in it because I'm covering it over. So grab one of those. Let's do that properly from here. So that's the trim piece. Yes, and then another one down there. of course, because I've done it as a curve, I've made myself a pain in the bum, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best just to eyeball it around this curve. That needs to come. I need to get another one. No, has to go that way as well. You can see that the curve is not really a curve anyway. It's a series of, you know, it's like a whatever they call one of those, like a decagon or a dodecahedron or whatever those things are. So we can kind of get away with doing it just with straight pieces. And I'm not going to worry about that inner edge because it's going to get covered over anyway. Okay, one more bit to do. Can I just grab those? Right, last bit. And then we get to do the fun bit, which is mulch. Mulchy. Let's give that a little... Then, right, so get rid of all of that. Get rid of all that grass. We don't want any of that grass poking through. Right, now the moment of truth. Can we actually make it work without looking garbage? So it's kind of going to look like it's just all of this is just to soften the fact that I've just gone up that massive slope. And if I bring the terrain up, I'll probably bring a lot of that terrain up back there using just the terrain tools. I'm going to screenshot this then compare it to the final product because I forget what this was before. Go for it. If only it was recording. If only it was a stream that you could watch it all. You could just scrub back to the beginning of the stream. But yeah, go for it. I think it will look alright. I have faith. It sometimes doesn't feel like it when I'm in an idea. It sometimes feels like it just won't get there, but it usually does if you just stick with it. Just keep going and going and going. So we're covering that little bit there up, aren't we? Get some little fiddly little tiny little bits where you've got to get mulch in, but it's doable. So some of that will Z-fi in there, but I'm not going to worry about it too much because most of it's going to just be covered over. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm doing a thing actually in Tigrido. I don't think I've had this visible in any of the videos, but you might have noticed it in a video where I've accidentally forgot to remove them. But there's going to be like a time lapse once I get to the end of Tiggledy, from various different angles, fixed cameras in various different angles, so you'll be able to kind of see it all coming together at the end. I haven't done that with this one, but might work. I'm thinking it'll probably work. So you'll still be like a part of the episode, which is just like a I don't know, maybe like a top-down view or something, where you just see it's all just sped up, stop motion sort of thing, with the whole zoo just kind of coming together. I think it'd be pretty cool if I can make it work. I don't even know. There's always many a thing. There's always many a thing that I'm doing that most of the time doesn't come to fruition. You guys never see it because it's like I just get to that point. I'm a bit obsessive with the detail, so like it doesn't quite work. A number of things that just get binned. It's tragic. Hey, crazy mum, how you doing? Oh, look at the little doodlers. What's the third one? Is that a dog? I can't see that. What's the last one? They're cool. I like them. How are you, crazy mum? How's it going? What are you playing at the moment? Are you playing the Ark? Or are you playing something else? Have you jumped into Valheim yet? Let's push that down a touch because it's all getting a bit high. Right, last one. The amount of times I think I don't remember this, and it's because you've changed it all off stream. I'm not too bad at doing. Well, what tends to happen, I'm not too bad at doing stuff that I'm changing off stream that's not being recorded. So definitely there's stuff that I do on stream that gets changed, but that would all appear in an episode. It's very rare now that I do stuff that I'm not recording. There's so many things that I've got that are like part of the way through that I've captured footage for that'll end up in a video at some point. But you're right. Sometimes there is stuff that, I mean, that the worst case was the meerkat habitat in Tiggledy. But the one I ended up with is way better than the one I was attempting to build on stream. That one I was building on stream was never really going to be all that great. It just was too squished. It was how I was trying to get it all in there. That's always the trouble with building anything on stream. Is I always, it's difficult just to bin it all, like, or just to do something and then consider it all to be a complete failure. I know that's totally just a me, like a my brain thing, but like I should be able just to accept that it's it's not always the result, it's the process, and it's not always that I have to do something that everybody thinks looks cool. Just sometimes it's just the process or just the doing it that's kind of has a value. So what we might do as well is actually just move this fence, so this fence is not doing this weird thing. And we've got this gap. And I don't want the guests that are up at that viewpoint up there looking this way, so we'll have to do something about that. What was everybody's dinner today? What did everyone have? Please don't tell me you had a roast dinner, Lindsay. I won't be able to survive. I'm very gurgly today. Apologies if there's any gurgly sounds coming out of the microphone. I don't know what I've had, but something's making me gurgly. Something's making me kind of like I don't think I've burped on stream yet, but something's making me want to burp. Right. I think that'll look alright. We might have to do some stuff to it, but I'm not going to worry too much because once it's got all its planting in it and everything, I think it'll get there. Right, so let's bring this curb round. Oh, of course I'm thinking it's Sunday today. It's because I'm streaming on Saturday. It's confusing. I don't ever stream on a Saturday. I think it's going to become more of a thing. It's going to become more of a regular thing. Chicken bacon pasta salad. I'm getting a bit worried. I'm not getting worried, but I'm getting a bit that I might have a gluten intolerance. There's something I think I'm going to explore. Because I was watching something the other day, and the dude was talking about talking about the symptoms of gluten intolerance, and I was like, oh. And I'm pretty good at not doing this. Like I'm definitely not a hypochondriac, but most of the things you listed out, I was like, oh yeah, all of those. Like not really my stomach, but the like fatiguiness of it. Apparently you can like if you it can make you kind of a bit fuzzy all the time. I have had my dinner, yeah. I usually on a stream day I'll usually have my dinner like early. Either like I'll have a lunch or I'll have it at like 5 or something. Yeah, I don't think it's celiac. I don't think it's celiac disease. I think I could probably I think I'm just gonna like look to reduce my amount of gluten because that's. I think that's probably my best idea. But it's rough though, isn't it? Gluten's in everything. I've just noticed. Why is that one jittering? Oh, is that because that's got another one behind it? Why is that one doing that and the other ones aren't? Just roughen this up a little bit. But yeah, gluten's in like a mad amount of stuff. Here to work and lurk. Hey Bold, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I think I eat a lot of pasta. I don't eat a crazy amount of bread. But yeah, I eat a lot of pasta, and like I don't know, quite a lot of the times recently, I feel like I have a meal, and I don't remember. This is an old man thing. This is just like as you get older, this happens. But I'm like, I just feel like I want a nap. It's like I have something to eat, and I'm like, all right, time for a nap now. Then. There's red lentil pasta. Yeah, I mean you can get gluten-free pasta, can't you? But I think the thing is, if you think like I guess I was sort of thinking like what percentage of my dinners would have gluten in it. I would say probably out of a week's worth of meals, probably. Is there gluten in? There's not gluten in rice, is there? That's all right. So I definitely have more. I definitely have more rice dinners. Pasta dinners than I do potato dinners in a week. I feel like a nap after everything I do. Or maybe it's all right then, Bold. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. I mean, I'm not really that worried about it, but yeah. And maybe it's just a product of the last like 18 months and stuff. Maybe that's just I'm in a nappy place. Not that sounds weird, doesn't it? Chickpea, that's also really good. What? So chickpea, so pasta that's made out of chickpea. Interesting. Does it taste like? Is it horrible or does it taste nice? I want niceness. I don't know about this. I'm not sure about this. What can we do to fix this up? I don't know. I'm wondering if it should be a shader again as well. That one's going to be way too big, but I'm wondering if we should have a big tree in here. Let's just have a little looky for a second. Let's just see what a fever tree in here would look like. This is going to be massive. Actually, that's not bad, is it? Actually, it's quite nice. I was just going to say you're probably just worn out and getting old. How dare you? How very dare you? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. What, just burned out of life? Maybe. Is that a thing that happens? Maybe. That actually does work all right, doesn't it, there? It's so nice, those trees, as well. Yeah, I think that's a possibility as well, Bold. I do think that's a possibility, because I definitely have... I always use the analogy of that. You know that bit in Wall-E, when Wall-E wakes up in the morning, and he's, like, bumping around everywhere? The bit where he's, like, low on power, and he wakes up in the morning, he's just, like, donking into everything. And well, that's me most days. That's me most days, but... and then, like... And then he gets his recharge. Do you know that bit? Am I going mad? And and so that's what I feel like most days. And sometimes when I have a steak, I feel like the bit where he gets the recharge. What is that? I mean, there's loads of issues. You can get a sleep study done to check for fatigue issues and some blood work. Yeah, I wonder if sometimes it's like a breathing thing as well. I've been wondering that. I've been wondering if it's a weird breathing thing. Because people get like, I don't have this, but people get like sleep apnea and everything, don't they? Where they just like die a bit in the night. That's pretty mad. Just a bit die-y. Just have those. I used to live with someone, a dude that used to, a uni mate who used to. His snoring was so bad. He would do that horrible thing where he'd be snoring and it was always like, yeah, just nasty. I'm not even going to do it, but and then eventually he'd just go and go silent, and then after a few seconds he'd go. I was like, I think you might be dying a bit, John. I think you might actually be dying a bit in the night. Can you not die? Can you try not dying in the night? Is that alright? I only say that with someone with hypersomnia and narcolepsy, so it affects my diet and stuff. So what's hypersomnia? Does that mean you sleep too much? I've never heard of that. What causes that then? That's a dietary thing, is it? Hey Golden Sam. No worries, dude. All good in the hood. My partner has sleep apnea and she thinks it's horrid, especially looking at the machine to see how many times it's kept you alive during the night. Yeah, that's really scary, isn't it? That's really scary. I've never been a snorer, so I don't think it's sleep apnea, but I might be wrong. What's the thing? I used to have an ex who used to sleep paralysis, where she'd wake up but not be able to move her body. It was really weird. It used to freak her out. She was like, it was like an out of body experience. Like she'd be awake and she could see out of her eyes, but she wouldn't be able to move. The reason it affects my diet is high carbohydrates are likely to increase my chance of crashing. I have to focus on protein. Yeah, see, I eat a lot of carbohydrates. I don't snore. I stay up most nights to find out. I've always been a night owl. I've always said I'm a night owl. Even since I was a little kid, I was always like, didn't get up early. I didn't get up well. I never have got up well. I've always been one of those people that... Well, it used to be that I was always felt like at about 8 or 9 o'clock at night was when I was most awake. But that was when I kind of switched on. But the more I've thought about it recently, the more I think maybe there's always been something. Maybe there's always been something up. That's meant that it could be a diet thing, and because I'm a bloke, I'm an idiot and don't go to the doctors very much to check on things, to check on such things and find out such answers. I just kind of go, ooh, that's not good, is it? Maybe it's... But the I don't know. Sleep paralysis is actually a common symptom of narcolepsy. I typically experience it several times a week. That's horrible. You get it as well, Lindsay? So scary. I have to tell myself I'm awake just to need to be more awake. I took sleeping pills for the first time this year and it made me realise how bad I sleep. But by the third day my depression brain was like, bad day, let's take the pills and sleep. Take them all, sleep forever. Take them all sleep forever, so I had to throw them away. Yeah, that's not good, is it? That's not good. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I've always had this thing where sometimes I feel like I could just be that I'm like I wake up after what feels like I've been asleep all night, and I wake up and I'm knackered, I'm exhausted, and I'm like, well, I could just go back to bed and sleep all day. I feel like sometimes I have days where I'm like, I just need like a recharge day where I just sleep. And it's not like I would just be lying there, I would be asleep. And maybe that is because I'm not getting like quality sleep when I'm actually sleeping. I don't know. Is that a bit much, peeps? Do we think? I don't know what I'm doing here. This is bothering me. Can I make that? I suppose I could kind of do that. They'll go dawndering in there though, probably. Let's just do it. Sod it. It sounds like CFS, but also you can oversleep. Sorry, it's the CFS. What was CFS stood for? You're in a ranked match. What are you playing? Don't get in trouble. You playing? What are you playing? I certainly do have narcolepsy though. I never nap, and it takes me ages to get to sleep sometimes. Yeah, I do that as well. I do that thing, and I've always done that where I get into like a vicious circle of like I go to bed, and then I'm like, and it's always when there's like chronic fatigue syndrome. All right, okay, I'll have to look that up. Where I get into like a vicious circle where I'm like, okay, need to go to sleep. Remember, you have to go to sleep. You've gone to bed, and then you're like, why am I? And it sounds like I sound like a mad person, but like, and now I'm talking to myself, and it's myself that's keeping me awake, and so I'm like, my brain's awake. That's like nothing. We're not making any progress towards that sleep. Remember, we're supposed to be here for that sleep thing. And then then it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're getting out of bed, or something just gets stuck in my head, and I'm like, oh no, something stuck in my head now. That's what we're thinking about for the rest of time. Told you create a room on your Discord for us to have a meeting and tell how we feel, etc. That's not a bad idea. We could do that. If you guys wanted to do that, we could definitely do that. 5 hours until I have to get out. 4 hours. Yeah, exactly, Lindsay. 100%. I do that. Exactly the same thing. And then you get more and more anxious about the fact that you're not sleeping, right? And then it's a vicious circle. And then you're like, you're perpetually in that. What are you supposed to do? And then I usually end up getting up and doing something, because that, in theory, that's better for you, is to try and like break the loop of it, is to get up and break the loop. But yeah, buggered if it's not a pain in the arse. And I've always been like that. Is switching my brain off is often a problem. This is coming along, isn't it? This is getting there. What do we think? This is too much with all the flowers in there. I can't decide. Brain at 2. I remember that awkward thing you did in 5th grade. Oh, really? No, I don't do that. I don't tend to do that, and I think that's purely based on the fact that I've got a really shit memory bulb. So I think that's lucky, because I think I probably would be doing that, but I don't remember this. I don't tend to remember. Well, I think I've said this before, but I have. So I don't have my memory is all right when I find the file. So I don't have a bad memory. I have a bad filing system. That's how I explain it to myself. When I'm at the right thing, yeah, when I've accessed that bit of my memory, it's all there. I haven't lost it all, but I don't find the file very easily, if that makes any sense. I do the same, Lindsay. Sometimes, that used to be my go-to. That I would be like, fuck it, this just needs a reset. I might as well just stay up all night and then try and stay up all the next day and then be at a better place. And that's usually my like absolute fallback plan. Bubbles gets overheated this morning, so it doesn't feel any good. Is it really hot there, Wes? How hot is it? I'm trying to look around for other plants that I've used. Let's have a look what's in there. What is in the biome? There's not a lot in this biome, unfortunately. I don't really understand why these are in the Africa grassland biome. Man, the lose streak is just unfortunate with randos today. It's Pokemon Unite, to clarify. You don't have this bad luck. Fair dues. Yeah, so I'm gonna like, I think I'm gonna explore the dietary thing as well as the breathing thing. I think I'm gonna go to my doctor and just be like, well, Joe, one of the things that I think, I don't know, like my nose doesn't really work. Is that a thing? Like I don't breathe out of my nose, like really ever. Is that a thing you're supposed to do? Humans are supposed to have noses that works, aren't they? Isn't that what? Upside down twin flowers, like good fillers for planters. Ooh, upside down twin flowers. I don't know if they'll work. Oh, interesting. Oh, they do. They're nice, actually, aren't they? They're quite cool, aren't they? A bit like sort of, yeah. Narcolepsy is a sleep disorder that causes you to experience excessive daytime sleepiness. The thing that most people know about narcolepsy is you just fall asleep. Yeah, so that's would be the cliched thought I would have had on narcolepsy, is that you're just like walking along and you're out for the count. Yeah, those are quite nice actually. I like it. I don't think I've ever used these. I don't think I've ever used these upright either. So I always think they're a bit too much. But this way round, I like it. We shall intersperse it with some other things. not just that, there are two types of narcolepsy. The main one is narcolepsy with cataplexy. Cataplexy is sudden muscle weakness caused by sudden changes of emotion. So you can collapse after laughing, for example. Oh man, that's rough, isn't it? So you can just, yeah, that's rough. So you just have like anything that's like extreme, you can just be out for the count. It must be really dangerous as well. So do you have to like, presumably you have to be really careful about that sort of thing, like driving or whatever. We're complicated creatures, aren't we? It's crazy, craziness. Yes, you're supposed to breathe out of your nose most of the time. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. It's embarrassing to say, but I'm a mouth breather. I'm a mouth breather. And that, yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the routes to explore. Which is kind of weird because the only people that from what I've heard, most of the time that means you're someone that snores, but I don't snore. Hyperinsomnia, you typically feel like you've been up for 24 to 36 hours upon waking. Wow. Typically, hang on. 48 to 72 hours upon waking. You also experience hallucinations at times when falling asleep or waking up. Changes from person to person. That is rough. So were you born with that? If I hallucinate, have sleep paralysis and constant fatigue, I can't drive. Oh man, sorry, that sounds so rough. I think that I didn't know that, but when I wake up, I feel like I've not slept, and I know that feeling with insomnia and feeling exhausted all the time. Yeah, that's. I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm not having anything like what you're describing, Miss Palindrome, but I definitely have that feeling of, you know, waking up and just being like, how can I be this tired when I've literally just woken up and I don't feel like I've not been asleep? But I used to be really when I was a kid, I was a really heavy sleeper, and now I think I'm really light, and anything wakes me up. A few people have suggested getting like an iPad, like eye patches and all that sort of thing. I was actually typing about driving when you were talking about it. That's actually how they found out I had narcolepsy. Oh, what did you fall? So did you fall asleep at the wheel or something? Typically, it takes 6 to 7 years to be diagnosed. It's also rare at a rate of about 1 in 2,000 people. I drove my brother's car for less than 5 minutes, fell asleep behind the wheel, swerved into a ditch. Oh well, you're lucky. You're all right. I see. I'll slap you with this. Yeah, I was thinking. I'm thinking the same. Bless him, a 14-year-old stumbling into a conversation between grown-ups. Oh dear. Yes, you can pick up a sheep. You can be checked for CFS or hyperinsomnia. A modern version of society is generally giving all of us a lack of sleep. Yeah. I know there's things that definitely help me, which I will definitely need to do. We have poor sleep patterns, you know, compared to 50 years ago. Most people experience more stress at a younger age than back then as well. Yeah, well, I can definitely say yes to those. But do you use the night mode on your devices too? Set them a few hours before you go to bed. so you aren't getting blue light in your eyes because it. Yeah. I've got all of that sort of stuff sorted. And sometimes I think, sometimes I definitely yeah, better at making sure that I'm doing that sort of stuff and making sure I'm not looking at my phone or at all, basically, if I go to when I'm going to bed and things. But sometimes it just sneaks up on you and you think you've done all the right things and then you're like, oh, hang on, we're awake and we're not going to sleep. But I've always been like that since I was a kid. I remember I used to do this thing where it was always a bit of a joke between me and my mates that I'd get up in the morning. So I used to walk to school with my mates in the morning, and when I was in secondary school or high school, it'd be like an hour's walk to school in the morning, and I would be just like a zombie. I'd just be like on automatic pilot, and I used to say to my mates, it was only about halfway through this journey that I'd really wake up. I'd be like, I used to do this thing. I've always had really vivid dreams, right? So I've always had this thing that I used to know when I was asleep, which was quite cool. When like it's sometimes quite a cool thing because you're supposed to like. Once I'd sussed that, I remember sussing that out as a kid. I used to have like recurring dreams, and I remember at one point realizing that I was dreaming, and after like having that dream a bunch of times and having that realization that I was dreaming a bunch of times, I started to work out that if you know that you're dreaming, you can do shit while you're dreaming. So you can just be like, I can't even remember specifically, but I remember I used to have this dream all the time that I would be like on a swing, and I was on this swing, and then when I had this dream again after I had this realization that I was aware of when I was dreaming, I just decided to jump off the swing, and I just decided that I was going to fly, and so I flew. And that was it. And then every time I had that, I was like, well, I could just decide to fly whenever I want to. So I just would have these dreams where I'd be like in the dream, and I'd just decide I don't want to be in this bit anymore. I just fly away, and I'd just take off and fly away. It was pretty cool. But yeah, I've always had this. I used to have this thing that I'd really sleep deeply. But now I feel like it's the opposite. I missed a bunch of stuff. Sorry, because I was on a diatribe about something. You've been like it since you were 6, and the doctors haven't done anything about it. Every time I go to get it sorted, so I've learned to deal with it. Yeah, I suppose it's as soon as something becomes a little bit more unusual, it's rough, isn't it? As for being born with it, no. It typically starts to develop when you're a teenager. I was an athlete that became unable to move out over the course of several years. Oh, that is rough. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds just rough, man. Essentially, your body produces this chemical in your brain called hypercretin. So it regulates your sleep. If you don't have enough of it, you develop narcolepsy. I'm skipping over you, Wes. Bless your cotton socks. It causes all kinds of issues. For example, it causes histamine, which promotes wakefulness in your body, but also causes issues with allergies. If your brain is trying to give you energy, then you end up having like huge issues with allergies. I was the one person that didn't have allergies in my family, and now, well, rip. So I'm sorry if I'm talking a whole lot. I can both type really fast, and I've realised the plethora of medical knowledge, even though I'm not qualified. No, not at all. Go for it. I'm more than happy to provide you somewhere to chat. while I poorly make flower beds. Welcome back, Swifty. How you doing? I started the conversation anyway, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I mean, my alternative is a young man throwing sheep around, so you're all good. You'll find that there is plenty of space for deep and meaningfuls in my streams. I think most of the time it probably puts a bunch of people off, but that's just the way I am. It's good to have places you know. There's something quite, I don't know. There's a lot of shit on the internet, right? But there's also some pretty nice. You know, it's quite nice and quite reassuring to be able to talk to people that you've got no. Talk to a random about your problems is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah, you won't ever find me discouraging anybody talking about anything like that. Yeah, I've heard that about the non-drowsy. Yeah, well, and antihistamines, right? Antihistamines is what you take when you've got like a mosquito bite or something, isn't it? So anyone with an elevated level of histamine and having it removed will feel more sleepy. Makes sense. I wonder if I can do anything to get rid of that little nub in the middle. I bet I can't. So that's a perfect example where the curb thing gets on my wick. Because if it was not there, if it was on the ground and I had the option to switch the curbs off, I could just put something over the top of that. I mean, I guess I could put a table. Maybe I'll put one of the tables from in here. Is it a bit weird having a picnic bench there though? Doesn't really seem right, does it? I guess we could put like maybe just like put a pillar up there. I said I wasn't going to have this one up here, but it doesn't actually work too badly. I think it can work. Like we all have it, but in my brain is like, no more. I can do. I don't care if you're itchy. More, be awake. Yeah, true. Makes sense. Time when a rank. No worries. All good. You done with making the sheep pen for the day? So how big is the has it got to be big? Should we go with those ones? I made some backed ones, didn't I? Where are those? Did I make those? Hold on. I got them somewhere. I got to remember to upload these to the workshop. I haven't done it yet. Yeah, post some pics of the progress, Wes. Maybe we'll go with a backed one in the middle. That's looking quite cute up there now. I think that's looking quite cute. Once it's got all this bit done as well, I think that'll look nice. Thing is, the other thing I could do as well. I could do something that makes that look like it's a. I could do something to make that look like it's sloped. Yeah, I think that'll be. I think that'll work. I like a little cozy spot, and this is starting to feel like a little cozy spot. Yeah, I'm not good at. I'm alright at taking stuff when I've been prescribed it, but I've always been one of those people that's like, I'd rather not be taking something. I don't like the idea of just being like, right, this is what you take for the rest of your life now. I don't like that. I'd rather not. Let's give that a little bit of an adjust, I think. It's better. Oh, that's all even. Do we leave the mesh? Why have I got two? Why is it different? Oh right, because down there we didn't need it. Guess down there we didn't really need it either. Let's go with mesh. Do, 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 do. I feel like we've made good progress though. We've basically completed say we completed it. We've completed the lower section of this flamingo habitat. It needs a bunch of like education boards and things, but it's definitely coming along. Shall we have maybe a bench there? It's close now, and I didn't take any pictures. All we did was clean the shed out, right? Yeah, that looks better. Let's put some grass in there. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want it coming through the path game. No, I don't want it coming through the path. Okay, screw you then. We had a shed. We're just going to remodel it for a sheep. Gotcha. Makes sense. Hey OJ, how you doing, How you doing, dude? Hope you are having a good one. Do you like sheeps? Boy's obsessed. Sheeps. People that like sheeps are sheeples. Is that the daisy, isn't it? There's going to be a lot of flowers in this, in this zoo. I think by putting them in the grass like this, they look a bit more like wild looking, but probably not that much. And it was the twin flower, wasn't it, that Bulb was saying about? Ba, 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 ba. It's a bit tight in there. Maybe we get some of these little puppies. Just in a few little spots maybe. Have you ever thought of playing City Skylines? I have played City Skylines, not for a long time. I never made any content or anything on it. I played City Skylines. Usually I played it to the point where my game didn't work anymore, unfortunately. Because I got obsessive about details and downloading assets constantly. It's a game for a faffer, that is for sure, and I'm one of them. It's an amazing game, but I don't think I'd play it again now. I'd probably play a sequel to it if there was ever a sequel to it, but it's definitely one of those sorts of games you can just like, you can spend days and days and only you've made a junction or something. That's what I used to do. I don't actually like this path now. I think I preferred it in the black. Mainly because you get the concrete curbing rather than the wooden one. Are you a fan of City Skylines then, Earthworm Jim? I've watched a bunch of people. I used to watch Corrales play it. Big fan of Corrales. He's one of my, definitely one of my inspos. But yeah, I used to play it. I used to play it like him basically, and it was just, yeah, you just end up spending such a long time getting anything done. Even worse than I'm in most other games. No, that's a cool ride, don't they? The lack of being able to sub the congestion issues has turned me off from playing it. Well, you need all the mods, don't you? That's the thing. You need all the like transport fever and all those things. Do we leave that open, or we could put like a lattice there? Or something. It looks like it needs something there. Stop people from kind of jumping over the back. I thought of getting it. We should make more content on it. Seen a few people do dams and that, changing dirty water to drinking water, etc. Yeah, I think it's one of those sorts of things. So I never have a lack of games to play. I genuinely have a lack of getting stuff done is usually my problem. A lack of progress in stuff. So I think it's highly unlikely I would ever play Oh, Shiza. But that being said, I'm always open for suggestions. Totally always open for suggestions of things to play. We're currently kind of looking for some spooky stuff. For Twitch. Because I stream a bit on, well, I guess I'm probably streaming, I guess I'm streaming more on Twitch these days than I am here, but I think that will probably balance itself out a little bit soon, or is probably balancing itself out a bit at the moment. Yeah, this makes a difference. This does make a difference. So yeah, we're looking for some spooky games to play for the Halloween gubbins, up and coming Halloween gubbins. But that'll be everyone, as I say, that'll be everyone on Twitch and not on. I tend to try and keep the YouTube. Well, I try and keep the YouTube generally a bit less. I'm a little bit less sweary and stuff. I get a bit, can be a bit more sweary on Twitch. But yeah, and also just like play a variety of games and stuff, which is kind of nice to be able to do, because you do get a bit, you'd be surprised how many times you get people going like, why are you not playing the game I want you to play? And so it's quite nice to have somewhere I can play other things. Not that I don't like PZ and I don't like House Flipper and all those things that people want me to be playing. Yeah, that looks better. That little extra little bit just made a difference. Holy cow, I didn't think I died once. I don't know anything about Pokemon Go, so I wouldn't know if that's, I guess that's good. So what happens when you get put in a match, a tier down after bad luck. Fair dues. My suggestion is to make all the zoos in the animals in the zoo wear a hat. If I had that option, I definitely would take it. We have played Phasmophobia. In fact, we played Phasmophobia just the other day, and we probably will play Phasmophobia at some point over the Halloweeny gubbins. Yeah, I don't know. I generally, I was saying this on stream the other day. I just find it a bit frustrating. Because I never feel like it. I don't know. I think I'm just a bit rubbish at it, but I never feel like it quite works. I never feel like I quite find, it quite makes sense why we don't find the ghost, or you just don't get the clues you want. It's quite fun, but I think the next time we play it, we'll only play it for a little bit of time. So we've got a thing on Twitch, basically, where we've got a like a points redeem thing where you get points on Twitch to just play it, just for watching, and for if you get, like, I don't know, I can't remember how much it is, but you don't have to do a lot to earn points, and then the points you can choose the game with. We do a thing. So the Phasmo, I think Phasmophobia was chosen by Wes or someone, I can't remember. Community games thing happens every now and again. Thinking, I don't know if it's 12 minutes, but all of these games we play, we literally played 12 minutes the day it came out, and I really enjoyed it. Although we all scratched our heads after we streamed it. So you can see those Twitch, you can see us playing 12 minutes. In fact, I very nearly, I was going to do it for a joke the other day, but because 12 minutes is all like time loop thing, I was just going to start a stream of 12 minutes and not say anything. It's going to be like, so I thought we'd play this today. It's brand new. When will there be another part of Tigwadoo? So Tigrido, so there's a bunch of stuff. I have made a bunch of progress for Tigrido Swifty. It's definitely not going to be in the next week because I'm away. I can't remember if you were around when I'm saying this, but my brother's just had a baby, so I've just become an uncle for the first time, and so that is going to be basically pretty much my world next week is going to be changing nappies. Thank you for is that a Twitch follow? Thank you very much for the follow. Hobbit 9402. Which one of you is that? Which one of you is that? So I'll be next week we'll be mostly just changing nappies and trying to be a good unky toves. But yeah, Tigrido's I've got like a bunch of progress, so it will be a couple of weeks away, I would say. I don't like how slow you walk or run, and sometimes the ghost can take ages to give. Yeah, that's my thing. F1 Jim, that's my thing. We played it the other day, and a bunch of us were playing it, and in fact, Pinsy was playing it, and it was just we were all just like nothing's happening, and then we all just died, and that's what I feel like most of the time when I play Phasmophobia happens. It's a laugh for like a little while, and then I start to get kind of a bit fed up with it. Thank you, F-Web Jim. Cheers for the follow. That's weird. We're getting the Twitch alerts over on the Yub Jubs. And the running thing is just stupid, isn't it? The running thing's so stupid. I'm just going to briskly walk, and not even briskly walk away from this demon that's trying to eat my face off. But yeah, so Twitch is just like I guess it's just a bit less, I don't know, it's a bit more chilled. Just a bit more, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just me. I do this when I'm playing. I think I just have this thing that's like I don't generally find it. I mean, this has been a really really lovely stream, but I think I put pressure on myself when I'm playing Planet Zoo to do something really cool every time I stream, and sometimes you just can't. I'm just not in the mood, or what I'm working on is a bit grindy, or it's a bit of an experiment and something doesn't quite work. So it's quite cool just to have games that I can just play that are just, a bit. I'm not trying to fight the algorithm or playing something because I have to play it. I'm just playing it because I want to play it. But if you put all that sort of stuff in, like if I was to put all that stuff on my YouTube channel, I'd get loads of people going, no, when are you playing Planet Zoo again? Seikei Notsuka, A Slide in the Woods, burgers and frights are all free, and I recommend them all. Interesting. Are they all stream games? Are they? Steam games. Sorry. Thank you, Swifty. Thank you. Much appreciated. What about Bigfoot? What's Bigfoot? Is that just a general, you're just opening up another conversation? I'm definitely up for a conspiratorial Bigfoot conversation, if that's where you're going with that. They're all spoopy. I like a spoopy game. We played, I have to say, I would say one of the funnest games that I've streamed was when we played Little Nightmares and Little Nightmares 2. They were so much fun. That's kind of like my jam, really. Like anything that's got a bit of like puzzliness to it, as well as being a bit spoopy, I'm down for that. I quite like a puzzly game in general anyway. Is that even visible? Is that path? Oh, I did that. I did that myself, didn't I? That's okay because they're not gonna have got nowhere to go over that way, so they should walk around there. The Bigfoot game, can't remember the whole name. Oh, I see. I thought you were just saying, what about Bigfoot? In general. What about that Bigfoot? What about that Nessie? I wouldn't know I'm always the first to die. Taves was the last one alive in the asylum last weekend. We were all ghosts following him around. Yeah. It was, I mean, it's most, the thing is, I like it when the ghosts come out. But when they don't do anything for like, you're in it for an hour and nothing happens, then I'm like, yeah, I'm starting to lose my shit, basically. Then I'm like, come on. And we were all doing it the other night. We were all running around asking for the bloody thing to kill us all. We were all literally running around with the speaker on, saying the name of the ghost, saying, "You suck. Come and kill our faces." And it wasn't doing anything. Just had a ride in a really cool vehicle. Was it a sheep-powered vehicle? I love the asylum, but every time I play it, I don't get nothing. We seemed like we did that on every one we did. We just didn't seem like we got anything. All the games I mentioned, I get spoopy fast. I'll have a look. I won't remember them, in all honesty, but I'm hoping Lindsay's. This is usually the situation where Lindsay's a bit of a star. No hints, Lindsay. Lindsay's usually writing this sort of stuff down and putting it in the Discord so that I remember after the stream, because she knows my memory is like, I've got a memory of a goldfish, basically. God bless her. A number of times that's happened. I'm like, I finished the stream. We've had a few streams where I've done like giveaways and things. In fact, actually, Lindsay's not the only one who's done this, to be fair. A couple of the others have done it as well. But I've finished the stream and then I've just kind of gone, I'm supposed to have given away a load of things and I haven't remembered what the names are. And then I go in the Discord and in the like moderator only section, there's like a little note there for me. One of them going, because we know you won't remember. Because we know you won't have a clue what we've just talked about and what we've just done. Here's it all written out neatly in bullet points for you. Thank you, Lindsay. Something now, show you how to get people killed quickly. Well, we were trying all the things that I think you're supposed to do. What's going on here? I thought they were huge for a minute. We were doing all the things that I think you're supposed to do, and we were playing one of the guys, Billy Bob, on the Discord. I've known him for a while, back from my, what just happened there? Back since my ARC days, and oh my god, okay, that's what's going on. Deselect, thank you. Yeah, he's played it a lot, and so but I think he was even sort of going, doesn't seem like there's anything happening. But yeah, so when there's like one of those community game things, it's basically open to anybody who's got the game. So we played the other night, we played Phasmophobia, we played Fallout, not Fallout, Fall Guys for a bit. That was pretty fun. But yeah, it'll be apologies, you guys have just followed, but it'll be quiet next week, as I said, because I'll be knee deep in baby dribble. I was the first one today, and then they just wanted to leave. No, we didn't. We were trying to find the bloody ghost, but it was doing nothing. It was rubbish. I don't think the ghost knew that it was a ghost. No, it was quite fun, but it gets a bit, I find it a bit, just gets a bit, it gets a bit repetitive. If you're never finding the ghost, it just gets a bit boring. It's like, what are we doing? Nothing's happening. But maybe it was just I think it was maybe just the map we were doing. We should have done the asylum. But yeah, Twitch is quite fun. Twitch is it's not gonna replace the YouTube for me, and I'm gonna try and get into a habit of being more regular with the. Well, hopefully you've kind of seen that I'm being a bit more regular with the YouTube, the Planet Zoo YouTube streams, but and we'll get back into all the other games. Yeah, once we get House Flipper and stuff has got some new things, and once we get Prehistoric Kingdom, we'll definitely stream at some point as well. This isn't working, is it? What am I doing in this little spot here then? Does it need anything? Oh god. Sometimes my groups are really bad. There's a new game like Phasmo called Ghost Hunting Corp. So that's like another co-op thing, is it? The games, I think I can link and their appropriate download pages. That would be really handy. There's like what about a chat about other games or something like that in the Discord, it's called. That would be really handy. Sorry I kind of lumped you in that one. I knew I wasn't going to know. I knew I wasn't going to remember. And I wouldn't even have remembered we'd had this conversation to go looking for it. That would have been the worst thing. I wouldn't even remembered. I would have come off the stream and then been a blank. But those ones you put up the other night looked quite good as well, Lindsay. I'll definitely check those out. I say the ghost name fast, then my mate normally ends up locked in the house. Yeah, we were literally running around saying the ghost's name, saying. I don't remember. They always seem to. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but they always sound like they're Welsh names. I don't know why this is, but they always have like a. There always was like a Jones, David Jones, Dafford, something like that. His name was something Jones, and we were all literally running around just going, "Kill us, David Jones, Davy Jones, kill us." Kill us, Stephen Davis. Nothing. Just didn't want to know. Wouldn't he have it? So yeah, sometimes if it just feels like it's not working, but I'm sure it is working. I think it's just me being a bit impatient and not wanting to bother. Jeffrey Stones, was it Jeffrey Stones? That was one of them, potential. I wonder if those names have significance. I wonder if they're like, you know, the least favourite teacher that one of the developers had at school or something. They've named them all after people they hate. Their worst enemies. Yeah, they look good, but they are both a couple or 3 years old, so might not be good for streaming. It depends how, like, they looked like they were probably ones that would only be like one stream though, right? So I'm not too fussed about that, because yeah, we played Little Nightmares and Little Nightmares wasn't new, so when we played. But yeah, to go back to I think it was it Swifty that asked about Tigwado. So yeah, Tigwado, I won't probably be streaming Tigwado because Tigwado is one I work on quite a lot, and generally it's one I'd rather keep for the videos, because I think it's always better just to have basically, if I was to stream Tigwado at the moment, it would be a whole bunch of stuff that I'd have to be hiding because I wouldn't want people to see it until it's done. There's a weird, I mean, there is a little bit of not that I'm like, you know, there's a little bit of this like sometimes I'd rather stuff not get seen until it's finished, because it's just a bit more, I'd say that's my flagship at the moment. That's the one I'm most proud of. This one will get there, and I'm really enjoying this one. But I think because I started off with the streams of this, like, well, this will all be in a video. Yeah, this will all still end up in a video when it gets. You know, a lot of this will be in a speed build, but you know, this whole stream would have been like 30 seconds of a speed build, basically. You'll see me just magic this up. You made Jeffrey up, fair enough. Actually, sliding the words of burger and frights are becoming really popular with big YouTubers of late. That's cool. Most people say the name and then ask a question straight after, then wonder why they die. Oh, you just say the name? You're saying you just say the name? You don't say, where are you? Or can you hear me? Because that's what we were doing. We were saying, David Jones, can you hear me? What accent that was, I don't know. That was more Indian than Welsh. Maybe that's what we were doing wrong. I thought you weren't actually supposed to say the name because it annoys the ghost. It's only when you're trying to get it, like, goad it, that you say the name. Seiko game has been released on Steam for $5, which is with overwhelmingly positive reviews, but it was released in 2020. It's great and terrifying though. Yeah, I'll definitely check them out. I can't guarantee that we'll play them, but I'll check them out. I'll have a wee look here. Right, let's have a little think about how we're going to get. So I'm not going to finish that flower bed now, but because I feel like I've done enough flowers. What is this doing? Just chilling out. Just chilling out, hanging out, looking mad. You probably both. doing one stream. Yeah, if they're only like a couple of hours, that's kind of cool. If I can, the other thing as well is if yeah, no, if they're only short, we can definitely just kind of crack them out. But yeah, I'll have a look. It's usually just kind of whether it will be, because just like something's just straight up scary. I don't know whether that would be something that I'm. But if it's got like a good story to it, or it's a bit puzzly, then that's something I'm usually interested in. The games that aren't outwardly horror, but could be horror as such. Certain people are Subnautica. Subnautica I've got in my library, but I think I've always missed the boat with Subnautica, and I think Subnautica is probably a bit grindy for me. I think the finding resources and all that sort of stuff I'm kind of a bit over. Buddy Simulator. What's Buddy Simulator? I think they want to draw them towards you. I think in Phasmophobia you can either say their name or ask a question. You have to separate them because of the AI. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what we were doing wrong. I don't remember, in all honesty. It was just getting on my wick. Nothing was happening. And then we all just die. That was basically what was happening. Ask them types of questions, but you don't say the name as it angers the ghost. Yeah. So we would just do. We were just doing like, is anybody there? Sort of questions, and getting nothing. Most of the time we were just getting like nothing from anything though, and then we'd all just die, or we'd guess at it and be like, well, how is that? We proved that wasn't an option. It wasn't that particular type of ghost because of X, Y, Z. I think I'm just gonna cover that over because that's just annoying me, that little bit. I think I'm just gonna pop a little bit of something over the top of that to look like it's patched. There is a cat behind you. That would be impossible as I don't have a cat. I don't have a cat, so where would the cat come from? Watching high level phasmophobia is like watching someone do paperwork. People in the high levels of phasmophobia play it and it's very boring. They know what to do and nothing really changes. It's really only fun watching new players of the game. Yeah, I mean, when you get the ghosts, I deliberately left all that Z fighting because I wanted it to help with the splashy. But I don't know, now it's annoying me. Yeah, when we get the ghosts, then I really enjoy it because then it freaks me out. My window's closed, dude. I wouldn't be scared of a cat in here anyway. I wouldn't be scared of a cat. I'd be fine with a cat. No, I think we're going to close this top section in. That'll be why I'm always the first to die then. Yeah, I don't really remember, but I remember it just being frustrating. But yeah, I mean, I'm always kind of looking for another Little Nightmares. That's what I'm looking for, because that was such a laugh. It was proper scary, but there were like really good storyline twists and things. Little Nightmares and Little Nightmares 2, we blitzed out those pretty quickly, didn't we? Over the course of maybe 3 streams, I think. I'm doing all the shameless self-promotion tonight, guys, but there's also I also have a Twitch archive channel, which is on my YouTube, which is if you want to watch those streams back, you can watch them. So Twitch doesn't keep stuff for very long, so I archived it all back onto another YouTube channel. But that I really enjoyed, and because I think the thing is when it's something puzzly as well, you can get that little bit of interactivity. Well, it doesn't actually. There wasn't even necessarily puzzly things. It was like slightly skill challenges, which is what I'm always sucky at. But you get that little bit of extra interactivity with you guys as well, because we all get to kind of like give a suggestion about how we should get through an area or something. I've got a couple of games. I've got Psychonauts, which we might give a go. Which is it's like a story-based kind of platformy type thing that I got on Xbox Game Pass the other day. So we might give that a look. Oh, Inside and Limbo are amazing. Yeah. I actually have a playthrough of Limbo, I think, on my YouTube, but it's really old, so the video will be a bit rubbish probably. But yeah, that's like one of my all-time faves. If it's got a bit of a storyline and it's a bit spooky and a bit puzzly, I love that. Yeah, that's another really good example of the sort of games that I really enjoy. God, I'm doing really well tonight, aren't we? We're at 4.5 hours. It's so much easier, guys, when you lot are here. When there's plenty of chat, it's so much easier. So thanks for being here and hanging out. Thank you, Lindsay. I'm throwing them all at you. Buddy Simulator 1984 and Pony Island. I have to say, actually, the best game we've played this year. Was that this year we played? It was. We played What Remains of Edith Finch. Oh. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Probably one of the best games I've ever played. But not in a... it's not like a... It's not got loads of... It's not got loads of like super like active gameplay and stuff, but it's so well written, and the storyline. We all had a bit of a moment at the end of that stream. I certainly did. We all had a bit of a moment, because it's just like, it's so cool the way the story all comes together, and it's so well written. Okay, I need to chill out with the temple rubble pieces, but they do make a difference. Let's do a bit of Drin up here. Yeah, Limbo was wicked, wasn't it? That was so cool. Actually, that probably shouldn't be the Drin. What did I do down that end? So what I'm thinking about how the keepers get in here is maybe like a little bridge might be kind of cool. I don't quite know how I'd do that. I'm casually looking at my Streamliner to see if I can think of anything. I'm a spooky game watcher, not player. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Well, if you, yeah, that channel in the Discord that's basically the whole point of that channel in the Discord for other game suggestions and things that you want to recommend to peeps, me and anybody else. So we could do a little bridge coming up from somewhere. We could have some steps up, and there may be a little bridge, and that's where the keeper's walking to the habitat over a little bridge. Maybe it might be kind of cool. Edith Finch was good, but I particularly loved Life is Strange 2. Well, Life is Strange 2, the True Colours is coming out soon. We'll definitely be playing that. I think that's in September. We'll definitely be playing that on Twitch as well. Yeah, I need to remember to be able to get the keepers in here, because otherwise we'll... Because so far we've got no flamingos. We've just got a habitat. What's going on the other side of this? Oh, that's fine. I do love these marula bushes, as you can probably tell. It's just like a bit of foliage. Yeah, that's coming along. That's definitely coming along. It's nearly there. I'm deliberately leaving this concrete around the edge of this path. We're so invested in the characters. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping the new one, True Colours, is as good as that. I need to play Life is Strange so badly, OMG. I'm excited for the new game too and the collection. Posted the spooky games I can recommend. The last two have some puzzle elements to them or skill checks. I mean, the other ones do too, but probably not the kind you're talking about. Yeah, well, now you know the kind of game I'm talking about. I mean, I'm generally pretty... I don't know. I've got a bit of a mixed bag of things that I like. So, feel free to suggest away. And as I can't guarantee we'll play them, but I usually take a look. And we occasionally have, if I can get the keys and stuff for them. We've done this a few times where I've just basically or we get there was like a demo or something. We've just played like 5 or 6 different games in a night just to see what they're like. Done that a few times, and sometimes you end up with someone on a list that we'll come back to. What can I do about this bloody nubbin? Right, I think I'm probably going to call it there, guys. We definitely made some awesome progress. I think that's going to work out all right. I think that's going to work out okay. See, I mean, see now it doesn't feel quite as dramatic a shift. Imagine that on the same, kind of the same on the other side, or merged in. It doesn't feel quite as much of a burden to get up there now because it's a bit more gradual, and that's actually a bit more of a nice feature. I think it's all, if it's all kind of blended in, I think it'll come. Buddy similarities as a demo. I actually think the original Life is Strange is better than the second one. So good played it through twice. Did I play I can't remember if I played them in order. I think I've blended them both together. Take to play the collection since the graphics look so beautiful. Right, I think I'm going to call it there, peeps. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long. As I said, this is in place of any video this weekend, and not next week either, because I will be away. Excuse me, I want a little drink before I start my bit. But yeah, the week after that, I'll be back on Twitch. I might be back next weekend. I'm not sure. Depends how it is, and yeah, I'll be back on Twitch, and I'll be back on Chubs with some more of these. I think I'm going to try and make these at least once a week, and I should hopefully get a Tigwadu episode out of that week as well. Didn't need to wait a couple of streams before from before and after shots been done in the same stream. I know, right? Well, we did. To be fair, we did sort of start this a few streams ago, but that was definitely a big old jump. Yeah, thank you for keeping me company, guys, and thank you for all the chats. It's always nice to have lots of chats. I shall catch you peeps on the next one. Take it easy.